he was a great lover of shrimps. And he exercised regularly. He was a health fanatic, actually. I remember one occasion, an anecdote. He'd come on holiday to Algeria, and they'd given him a villa. He was held in great esteem as well. This was an Exile. And he'd come on holiday, and he was given a villa by the sea. And he told us all to go and stay with him, at this villa by the sea. And every morning, he would jog on the beach, and his bodyguards, he would leave them far behind. I mean, they had difficulty catching up with him running on that sand,
wow.
Especially wet sand. But I mean, he aced it like a pro. And swimming as well. He'd then go, into the sea. Of course, his bodyguards couldn't swim, so they would just stand on the edge, and he would be swimming in this cold waters, Yeah, so he was really a health fanatic. He took care of his health a great deal. The other thing that I remember, he was actually. It was incredible because when my mother was summoned to my secondary school, I was now in secondary school, and of course I was naughty. So the headmistress would summon my mother, and my mother would say to Comrade President, Buti, can you please go? And he would go and, and stare down this woman, my headmistress, stare her down. And he'd come home, and my mother said, yes, this child, was she naughty again? And he would say, oh, no, Sisi, she's a racist, don't worry about her. And I was so grateful. So every time, she was summoned, I would hope against hope that Comrade President was around, Uncle Sam, we used to call him that, Uncle Sam was around, so that he would go and stare down my headmistress. Yeah, so some of those are some of the memories that I have of him. He was very caring, very caring. I remember when we went to Algiers from here, independent Namibia now, he asked that I go along with him because he knew obviously we'd lived in Algiers. And some of my mother's belongings were still there. So I went with him in the plane, in the jet, the presidential jet. And we got to Algiers, and some of the old people, the old Algerian officials who were dealing with liberation movements at the time, who were there. And I started crying, seeing them. After so many years. And the president jumped up, and held me and said, no, Opo. He was very caring in that regard. I didn't like to see people, sad or unhappy. Yeah. So, it's a very emotional time for me as well.
Absolutely. I think the other thing is as well, I don't know if you ever had the conversation with him, but if I had the opportunity to sit down with him, one of the questions I would ask is, as a cattle herder in Nkanjira at that time growing up, did you ever see yourself as, leading the liberation struggle and also being the first president of what would be known as Namibia? What do you do you ever think about that sometimes? And do you ever have the conversation?
Well, I don't. I think he would have said, not in a million years would he have dreamt that he would be president. However, he had this burning desire for freedom, and he was absolutely convinced that he would see, or we would see, freedom in our lifetime, that he would see freedom in his lifetime. I remember, I think I was 10 years old, and at the time it was all the rage to have autograph books, and we'd go to all the famous people. Could we have your autograph, please? So naturally, I went to him. Uncle Sam, can I have your autograph? And then he said, "Okay, you're 10 years old now," and he wrote in my autograph book, "By the time you are 15, you will be walking in the streets of Windhoek." Obviously, but that was how convinced he was. And he didn't allow anything but nothing to deviate him or to distract him from that goal. It was in his blood. He forgo going to further his education because he knew that he had to lead the struggle for independence. And he was absolutely single-minded about it. Everything he did centered around this goal of achieving independence for Namibia. And he allowed nothing to distract him from that goal. Every decision he made was with that ultimate goal of Namibia's independence. So single-minded was he about that. And that obviously also galvanized everybody else around him to have that single goal and to be with him and to commit to that goal. In fact, I remember, obviously, throughout the years, I met him. I then met him in Paris when I'd moved to France, and I was working there. And I did an interview with him for Radio France International. And he said to me that, you know what, get the skills, work here, learn everything, because when Namibia is independent, we will need those skills. So in my mind, for instance, and in the minds of many Namibians, people who were in Europe, living in Europe, like Dr. Libertine, she was working in Sweden. But we all knew that the ultimate goal was to come home at independence, which we did.
Before we check out that filler, there's this moment that just popped up. I think it happened circa 2001, where they had a Sustainable Development Conference in Durban, where the late Robert Mugabe made that statement speaking to Tony Blair at the time as the Prime Minister, where he said, "Blair, keep your England and let me keep my Zimbabwe." And to my understanding, I later on learned that the founding president was given a speech to go read, but he also, on the back of what Mugabe had said, also went there. You know, it was when he became angry, he would start, waging his finger. That's the other part that we saw of the founding president. Not was about the way he got those guts to stand up in places like the UN and all these international, multilateral platforms and speak his mind in the manner that he did.
As I was saying, he was very passionate about the independence of Namibia. And he had absolutely no compunction of telling the imperialists, as he liked to call them. And whenever he felt that the imperialists had stepped out of line, he would tell them to their face. And this was one time at the conference in Durban when he thought that, no, these imperialists, are getting too big for their boots. They're stepping out of line. So he came in right after Mugabe and pointed that finger and, Tony Blair, yes, we don't need your aid. And, so he was very, very firm about that. I remember one time he was doing an interview. He was being interviewed by a BBC reporter, and I was sitting in on the interview. And I don't know what triggered him, but it must have been the thought of this man from the BBC, from this imperialist country. Something triggered him, but he blasted the poor reporter. I mean, he just blasted that guy, and I remember as well, Condoleezza Rice had come to greet him, had come to meet with him, and he equally blasted her. You know, he blasted her and called her to order, etc. This is the former Secretary of State of the United States, and totally blasted her. So he was totally fearless when it came to dealing with countries and people that he thought, organizations that he thought had played a critical role in the subjugation of the African people and of Namibia.
Absolutely. And as the days go by, I think we will be seeing the various facets of the man that he was from different sources, and the impact that he had not only on Namibia but the continent and the world as well. In the meantime, let's take a look at another insert reflecting on the life and times of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma.
Good morning and welcome to NBC. If you've just joined us, you are watching the live broadcast of the life and times of the late founding father of Namibia, the late President Sam Nujoma, who died, we were informed, by President Angula yesterday here in Windhoek. Throughout the day, we'll be bringing you interviews, people who knew him, people who interacted with him, colleagues, friends, comrades in arms. And in the studio, we have just that one person who did know him on a personal level, who also worked with him as a comrade and a friend, and as a close confidant. Helmut Angula is in the studio with us. He was the SWAPO representative to Cuba, as well as to the United Nations in New York. When he returned to Namibia at independence, he was then made Deputy Minister of Fisheries before becoming Minister of Finance. And then he took up the agriculture portfolio before going to the National Planning Commission, and then Minister of Works and Transport. In the studio with us is Helmut Angula. Good evening, good morning, sir, and welcome.
Good morning.
Yes, a very sad day for the entire nation. What do you make of this news at this point in time?
Yes, thank you very much. A sad moment indeed. Let me correct myself. I gave you wrong information. My first portfolio was Deputy Minister of Mines and Energy.
I see.
And Fisheries, I was a full minister. So I supplied you wrongly with that kind of information. Yes, indeed, it's a sad day for the nation. In particular, sad day for the Nujoma family. On my own behalf, my family, we extend our deepest condolences to Mekuru Kovambo and her children and closest family, to Honorable Tony and his siblings and grandchildren. Yes, we lost a comrade, founding father of the Namibian nation, leader of the Namibian revolution, who led us through thick and thin of armed liberation struggle. He was really indeed a committed freedom fighter, an internationalist, anti-imperialist, nationalist, and truly a patriot. He united us all in our common goal to defeat the colonial rules in our country. He was very knowledgeable when it comes to politics, when it comes to approach to mass mobilization. He was very knowledgeable in diplomatic spheres. He was very knowledgeable in as far as the Namibian society is concerned. He indeed taught us to be patriots, to love our country. And you know, in any moment, he will always tell you, our country is beautiful. He will rehearse and tell you about the heroes and heroines of the Namibian pre-colonial struggle, and of course, nationalism early nationalism in Namibia. He wanted everybody to get involved. He really he was not so much a partisan. He even went across to talk to all Namibians of all spheres of influence to join SWAPO in the struggle. Even though many of them might have been on the side of the enemy, he was always ready to talk to them, to convince them. He rallied the entire African continent behind SWAPO. The entire third world. And to an extent, of course, the citizens of the imperialist countries, North America and Europe. He was known throughout the world. Sometimes, most of people, Namibia being a small country, a lot of people in the world did not know where Namibia is. Even before it became Namibia, when we talk of Southwest Africa, it's a direction. It's not something you can figure out where this Southwest Africa is, because where is that Southwest Africa? But many of them, when you say, I'm from Southwest Africa, they will say, Sem Nujoma, Sem Nujoma. And I recall in Angola and sometimes in the Caribbean, when I had to go to the population, to the residents, mobilizing them. And some of them, they know the name and they really didn't know the face of Sem Nujoma. So they just take it, if you say you are Namibian, say, oh, Sem Nujoma, comrade Sem Nujoma. I said, no, it's not Sem Nujoma. I just represent Sem Nujoma as a representative here. He said, yeah. So he was a mobilizer at all levels. That's why at the end of, or before, or during the struggle, the entire world recognized SWAPO as the soul and really authentic representative of the Namibian people. Is because of his message to the international community.
Mr. Angula, he was president for 15 years, and much of those 15 years you served under him. What would you say is his legacy?
His legacy, and unfortunately, I see the country is not following his legacy to the full extent necessary. Hard-working. Sem Nujoma was a hard-working individual. Every morning at 5 he's already wake up, calling his ministers, calling his colleagues in the party. Comrade, what are you doing? You know what happened? This happened, and this is bad. And we must do this. He was ever ready, even in the most difficult circumstances. He will go and attend to the problem. Of course, he's a self-teaching or learner or trained individual, but he knows all kind of aspect of life. He will talk to you about politics, but he will also talk to you about economics. And he will also talk about science. And he emphasized in those days when we were going to school, comrades, we must be serious. Without knowledge of science, we will go nowhere. We need the technology to defeat our enemy. As militants of that time, many of us really did not want to go to school. We didn't leave Namibia to go to school. All what we wanted is to
Guns.
get a gun, to get training. And some of us were even so naive, so we wanted to choose where we want to be trained. And not just to leave it and say, no. Some people say, no, I want to China. I want to go to China. I want just to be trained in China. No, I want just to be trained in Korea. No, I just want to be trained in the Soviet Union. And yeah, you see, if everybody is going to be trained where you want to be trained, what kind of a fighting force will be that? So, but he will say, yeah, comrade, without technology, without science, it's difficult to defeat the enemy. You must go to school. You must study. Get the necessary technology so that we can face the enemy.
So education would have been one of his legacies?
Indeed, he was always emphasizing education. Education, training. So all of those of us, many of us were still youngsters and who were protesting, wanting to go for military training, guerrilla warfare training. I said, no, the time will come. The time will come. Don't rush. Go first. Go and study. And in fact, that's where I met him face to face first time, Moscow. Although I've been in Lusaka while, I'm not in Lusaka, Zambia per se. I finished my I went through my secondary school there. I stayed in Tanzania. I never really had the opportunity to meet face to face until when I was studying then in Moscow. I was very far from Moscow, 500 kilometers away. So he sent for me to go and meet in Moscow. It was the really first time, and he gave me a full lecture how we must do science. This is the way we need technology. We need to defeat the enemy. And yeah, also the country will be free. We are going to have people who are educated to lead the government. That was his message. But during government, as I say, at 5, Numa was already up. Comrade Angula, did you see the sun rise today? There were clouds. You know that is the sign. It's going to rain soon. And you want to know what are you doing apart from being a minister, what are you doing? Are you farming? Are you ready to develop this country? And we all recall how he mobilized us to do voluntary work. Building railway, cleaning the place, afforestation. He was ready to use his debt, his hands, to show. Not that he was not paying attention to his official duty, being the head of state, but he wanted to show that without producing, that's where we have really to take it up. That all of us these days, we are just chasing for easy money. Very few are ready to make their hand dirty. But what he wanted is a hard-working nation, physical hard-working. Emphasize geology. You must the knowledge, must to produce, process, and add value to our resources.
You, Mr. Angula, you worked under him in government for many years. You sat in cabinet. You were part of the inner circle, as it were. What was his leadership style?
As I say, very strong in emphasizing to his ministers to work hard, encourage them to consult with the Namibian nation. So sometimes, of course, we feel that he is not giving us enough chance to express ourselves or to talk. I said, yeah, comrade, we don't waste time just talking. We must go and work. So he put that gravel. Yeah, let's go and work. The meeting we must finish. And of course, always warning about foreign interference in African affairs, warning the country to love their country. Of course, as a nation builder, he was ready, as I said, to talk to leaders at all levels, community level, church levels. Yeah, he was a friend of all. Yeah, he was, as you know, during his time, State House was very busy. Sometimes you find the chiefs, they are there, he's meeting the chiefs, yeah, he's meeting the professionals. He goes to the industry.
So he consulted broadly.
He go to the industry. He called those who matter, economically speaking, in the production sectors. He called them. He talks about the need to produce. He will go to the vessels, fishing vessels. He will visit the mines. He will visit agricultural projects. Yeah, and at his own home level, he organized big gardens, fruit gardens, and called neighbors to come and see what they can do with the soil they have.
Yeah.
He was a man of action, very thoughtful, very full of new ideas. Always had ideas what to do next.
To go back to Exile, what drove Sam Nujoma? What put him on this road and made him stick to it, passionate about the independence of Namibia? What drove him?
No, he was actually acutely aware that Namibia is a small country, very small population. And he knew we were facing a formidable enemy with allies, very formidable. So his preach to everyone is he has deep belief and understanding that it's only with solidarity. That's why he was able to, throughout those periods of liberation struggle, Africa and Asia, there are few liberation movements who were such recognized, but Sam Nujoma's movement was recognized at par level with sovereign country, independent country. Yes, India gave us that status. Iran gave us that status. Cuba gave us that status. So, is that passionate when he preached, talked to these leaders of those countries, that convinced really the international community to say, no, this is a man who is dedicated, he must be helped. He must be helped. And sometimes when I look back, I say, really, he restrained from forming a government in exile. There are many leaders in the international community who were calling SWAPO, Nujoma, to form a government in exile to put himself or herself at the same level as a country. He completely rejected that. Yet, in the treatment of SWAPO, many countries put us at that level. And again, I say, in those days, for example, when you're operating in Angola, it's unbelievable. A sovereign country will allow a guerrilla fighter to move in the country freely with arms. We were armed. Yeah. With, whether it's from Rwanda or from Mambo, every Angola knew Camarada the SWAPO. No need to search. You say he's carrying arms. He's a freedom fighter. And we meet head of states. There's that aura of recognition as Sam Nujoma being a leader, not of the party, but of a country. Yeah, the first time I accompanied him at that higher level of him meeting head of state. When he went to meet Fidel Castro in Angola, and Fidel Castro came to Angola. I think it was also the first time. And Fidel Castro was not treating Nujoma as just a freedom fighter or a nationalist. He was treating Nujoma as an equal. It's unbelievable, because in other occasions we see when a freedom fighter is received, of course, is for protocol, is sitting there, and this head of state will sit here and listen to Nujoma. No, with Fidel Castro, they were sitting face to face across. Delegation of SWAPO that side, delegation of Nujoma. And they were talking about the agreement that we have signed and to sign for the cooperation. Now, deep down, I tell myself, what cooperation? Just talk about the baking, what you are having, what you want to give it. Say, yeah, cooperation between SWAPO and the Republic of Cuba. I say, fantastic.
Well, tell me, so what are some of the fondest memories that you have of him, personal memories, anecdotes that you can share with us?
What I remember that comes to my mind frequently, it was not so much a moment of happiness, or how to call it, easy moment. It happens, he visited Cuba when I was representative there. And he was not on an official visit. He just came for a rest. He needed to rest, and then I accompanied him to a resort called Varadero, and we went swimming. First we went fishing, and then we went swimming. He's a very good swimmer. I swim, but, well, the old man was, at that time was already an old man, but he was a big swimmer. So as we were swimming, he was going deeper in the sea, and some Cuban officials came, and they called me on shore, come. So they talked to me, say, we have sad news for the president. And how you will communicate to him is your baby. But we were instructed by Fidel to make sure that before we go back, we must be sure that he received the message. Sam Nujoma was now too deep, and I must swim back to go and tell him. And since the person came here for a visit, of course, it's natural. He doesn't want to talk about official thing. He was just to relaxation. So I keep going, yeah, Comrade Nujoma, President, I want us to go a bit to the beach. There is something that, yeah, we will go, Comrade, but let's swim. He was going deep as I was now getting tired. How do I tell him I can no longer swim, go that deeper? He was just, no, come, man. You don't, yeah, this sea is beautiful. This water is light. Yeah, you won't sink. You just float. I say, and I can see the people on the beach, on the shore, they are anxious. They wanted the men to come out. And of course, they are very conscious that I cannot tell him when he's in the sea like that. And also, I'm consciously aware that's not the way I should tell him the bad message of the death of late Dr. Agustino Neto. That's the message they're carrying, and that's the message that I should carry on to him, but in their presence, so that there's no equivocation. Oh, I will never forget that moment. I'm getting tired of swimming. I'm trying to persuade the men to come on shore. The man is enjoying. He was challenging me to go as far as where he is. That's the moment, Nora, I really always occur in my mind what the man is, Sam Nujoma. So finally, he came out. And I said, yes, I unfortunately have to convey this sad news. He was so sad, he felt so sad, because he had been a very close and, how can I say, he considered Usman as a reliable partner in the struggle against South African occupation of Namibia. That's the moment that always comes to my mind.
Did he cut short his visit and go back to Luanda?
Yeah, he had to go back to Luanda. Yeah.
Tell us about the relationship that he had with other liberation movements, the leaders of other liberation movements.
Yeah, he had good relationship with Oliver Tambo. He has very high
respect. Of the ANC?
Yeah, Oliver Tambo of African National Congress of South Africa. Very highly respect. And he sort of, among other liberation movement, he disliked some of them in the sense that they were so hierarchical. They were treating their people as of their chiefs. Yeah, he did not like that. I've not gathered during that time his attitude or his feeling about Robert Mugabe. That relation developed probably much closer during the period of around independence, but they also the problem also, he had reservations about the fighting among liberation movement. He really was not keen with those kind of people fighting one another when they have a common enemy.
That's right.
And this was very, some occasional among the liberation movement, fighting each other physically, not verbally.
Especially in Lusaka.
Yeah, physically. And You say, these people, they are not civilized. How can you turn your arms against your own people, even if you are not agreeing politically, when you know the enemy is there waiting for you? Yeah, so, yeah, I had highly respect for Tambo. Of course, respected Samora Machel. Those are maybe the few people I know that they are part of the liberation movement that we were in frequent contact with. Otherwise, again, the closeness with MPLA, that was at more or less active at level of other leaders, political leaders, but he respected NATO because NATO was a great thinker, and NATO does not speak out. He listened. He was not a sloganeering, and he listened. And if he agreed to something, he has that commitment. He will carry out. He will convince his colleagues in his government or in the MPLA what is to be done. Yeah, because some head of state, they make a lot of promise. Yeah, we do this, we do this. After that, you know, they are represented who speak a different language.
Finally, what would you say to the Namibian nation? How should they remember the late president?
Dedicating ourselves to the unity of purpose, dedicating ourselves to hard working, we must dedicate ourselves to the love of the country and also to international solidarity. Nujoma was loved throughout the world. And therefore, that diplomacy we must carry on to make sure that in this struggle against hegemonism, against those with the tendencies of wanting to rule others and to exploit others, we must join them. Those who are resisting that economic, psychological oppression, particularly on the African continent, where really we have been taken for a ride, we are being pushed left and right, we have resources. And he emphasized we have resources. We must make effort to use our resources productively. We must add value to our product to sell to the international market. Not this just selling. We cannot, we don't have money, investors. But what are you doing to imitate, to copy what others are doing? So that not every day, every time you are just calling others to come and do for you, and then at the end of the day give you some leftovers. So the nation, yes, let's be united. Let's continue to work hard. Let's continue to love each other, whether it is at the level of nation, community level, whether it's intra-party, where we seems to be thriving now on hating each other for what a reason, and our goal is no longer very clear about fighting against poverty, ignorance, and all other ills, including health, developing our health status to a better level. So that was his That's the way we can honor him. Not memorizing about what he did, but dedicating ourselves to achieve what he wanted to achieve, including Vision 2030, which nobody these days is mentioning. We abandoned the vision that we have been given, and each individual coming to power is talking about his small things without well thought out idea how to practically implement that idea. We have to rededicate ourselves to achieving our set national goals of Vision 2030.
Mr. Helmut Angula, thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you much, Nora.
And that was Mr. Helmut Angula, who was taking us through the lives and the life and times of the late President Sam Nujoma. Over to you.
One can just imagine what tensions he must have experienced, and must be very relieved that it's all over. And on the face of our president-elect,
the President of the
you can
Republic
see
of Namibia, Excellencies, distinguished dignitaries, it is now my honor and pleasure to call upon the Secretary General of the United Nations, Dr. Javier Perez de Cuellar, to swear in the President of the Republic of Namibia. The Secretary General.
Mr. Nujoma's last few moments as President-elect of the Republic of Namibia. To be sworn in by the Secretary General of the United Nations.
Your Excellency, it is a great for you and read to me. I, Sam Nujoma, do hereby swear that I will strive to the best of my ability to uphold, protect, and to defend as the supreme law the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia, and faithfully to obey and execute and administer the laws of the Republic of Namibia, that I will protect the independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the material and spiritual resources of the Republic of Namibia, and that I will endeavor to the best of my ability to ensure justice for all the inhabitants of the Republic of Namibia, so help me God. May I now ask Your Excellency to sign the oath you have just taken, whereafter I shall also sign it. May I now stand my very heartiest congratulations to you on assuming your high office.
Thank you very much. Distinguished dignitaries, it is now my honor and pleasure to call upon His Excellency Mr. Sam Nujoma, President of the Republic of Namibia, to deliver his inaugural speech. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Master of Ceremony, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished guests, dear compatriots, ladies and gentlemen. For the Namibian people and for myself, this day, the 21st of March, 19 is the most memorable and indeed the most emotional moment in the annals of our history. The solemn hour is the moment which our people have been waiting for more than a century. This is the day for which tens of thousands of Namibian patriots laid down their lives, shed their precious blood, suffered imprisonment, and a difficult life in exile. Today our hearts are filled with a great joy and a jubilation because our deepest and longest yearning has been realized. Honorable Master of Ceremony, sir, for the past 43 years or so, this land our forebears has been a bone of contention between the people of Namibia and the international community on one hand, and South Africa on the other. The Namibian problem has been at the center of bitter international dispute over the last 4 decades. The United Nations and other international bodies produce huge volumes of resolutions in an attempt to resolve the intractable problem. However, it pleases me to state that we are gathered here today not to pass yet another resolution, but to celebrate the dawn of a new era in this land and to proclaim to the world that the new star has risen on the African continent. Africa's last colony is from this hour liberated. It is therefore profoundly momentous of highly joys for the Namibian people and myself that the highest representative of the international community, the Secretary General of the United Nations, together with the State President of South Africa and the Namibian nation, which I am honored to lead, are able to announce here today to the world that a definitive and a final solution to the protracted Namibian problem has indeed been unanimously reached by these three parties. For the Namibian people, the realization of our most cherished goal, namely the independence of our country and freedom of our people, is a fitting tribute to the heroism and the tenacity with which our people fought for this long-awaited day. We have been sustained in our difficult struggle by the powerful force of conviction in the rightness and justness of our cause. Today, history has absorbed us. Our vision of a democratic state of Namibia has been translated into a reality. With regard to the international community, the achievement of Namibia's independence today is, we believe, a welcome and laudable culmination of many years of consistent support for our cause. The world's demand for our country to be allowed to exercise its inalienable right to self-determination and independence has been achieved. We express our most sincere gratitude to the international community for its steadfast support. As for the government of South Africa, it can be said that the decision to accept the implementation of Resolution 435 has been the first demonstration of political will to find a negotiated solution to the problems of our region. Furthermore, President de Klerk's proclamation here today that South Africa has reached a final and irreversible decision to relinquish control over Namibia is an act of statesmanship and realism. This, we hope, will continue to unfold in South Africa itself. Honorable Master of Ceremony, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, compatriots, ladies and gentlemen, I seize this opportunity to point out that the protracted process of negotiating an agreement on Resolution 435 and struggling for its implementation has been difficult and at times acrimonious. It was only perseverance, forbearance, and commitment which helped us to see the process through to its logical conclusion, namely the birth of the Namibian nation we are here to witness. Against this background, it is heartening for the Namibian people and I to know that our independence has been achieved under conditions of national consensus and international unanimity. The impressive presence here today of so many world leaders and other dignitaries is a clear testimony to the fact that Namibia's achievement of independence is an event of great world importance. For us, this is yet another reason for celebration. With respect to the important question of national consensus, I'm glad to announce that following the independence elections last November, The various Namibia political parties have been able to work together in the Constituent Assembly, where we formulated and adopted a constitution acceptable to the broad majority of our people. Against this background, Honorable Master of Ceremony, distinguished guests, and dear compatriots, I'm indebted to the Namibian electorate for giving SWAPO an absolute majority, thereby enabling it to form the first government of the Republic of Namibia. In the same vein, I'm grateful to the members of Namibia's Constituent Assembly for the confidence they have placed in me in electing me as the first president of the Republic of Namibia. I pledge to do my utmost to uphold the Constitution of the Republic and to honor the trust which the Namibian people have bestowed upon me to lead this new nation at this critical juncture. To the Namibian people, I would like to state on this solemn and historic occasion that our nation blazed the trail for freedom. It has arisen to its feet. As from today, we are the masters of this vast land of our ancestors. The destiny of this country is now fully in our own hands. We should therefore look forward to the future with confidence and hope. Taking the destiny of this country in our own hands means, among other things, making a great effort to forge national identity and unity. Our collective security and prosperity depend on our unity of purpose and action. Unity is a precondition for peace and development. Without peace, it is not possible for the best and the talented citizens of our country to realize their potential. Our achievement of independence imposes upon us a heavy responsibility, not only to defend our hard-won liberty, but also to set for ourselves higher standards of equality, justice, and opportunity for all, without regard to race, creed, or color. These are the standards from which all we seek to emulate as shall draw inspiration. Master of Ceremonies, sir, in accepting the sacred responsibility which the Namibian people have placed upon me as the first president of the Republic of Namibia, I would like to bow and pay homage to our fallen heroes and heroines, whose names Namibia's present and future generations will sing in songs of praise, and whose martyrdom they will intone. In conclusion, I move in the name of our people to declare that Namibia is forever free, sovereign, and independent. I thank you.
Welcome back and a very good morning to those who are just joining us for this live broadcast dedicated to the life and times of the late founding president, Dr. Sam Shafashuna Nujoma. A few hours ago, the president came live on TV and made the official announcement of the death of the founding president, and we just want to take time to look at how some of you have been reacting to the news as it was coming in. Let's quickly take a look at the first comment by Matthew Nogadilu, who says, "May his body and soul rest in eternal peace. The Namibian nation is surely celebrating his life. Let's give thanks to God for the gift of life he gave to the founding father." Next one from Shawana Eliphas says, "Rest in peace, our founding father and the commander-in-chief of the Republic of Namibia." Moving on as well, Nashipanda Julian also shares the same sentiments as many others on the platform who are reacting to the news, saying, "Go well, our founding father of the nation." The next one says, "Rest in peace, Tatekulu Turiki Etuhole Ekanjo." She says that he indeed fought a good fight. He finished the race and now is his time to rest. And further says, "On rest in perfect power, son of the soil." Abet Pendukeni says, "RIP, Mr. Dr. President. We will never forget you." And if you just take time to go on our social media page, which is the NBC Digital News, you can also just check at the reaction that it's been receiving. I think we have now over 32,000 views on the post. In case you missed the official message that was shared by the president earlier on, you can catch it there as well. And we're also coming to you live from our YouTube page. With that said, let's quickly go back to some of the comments that are being shared again. We have one from Linekela Gashaka who says, "May your soul rest in eternal peace, Comrade Sam Shafashuna Nujoma." And the next one says, "Go well, founding president." And the following comments pretty much also just sharing the sentiments and also passing on their condolences to the family. We have Shuki Talks who says, "Rest in peace, Omo Kololi Sam," and sends his condolences to the family. Once again, if you are on our online pages, you can take a look at those posts and also share your thoughts and sentiments around the death of the founding president of the Republic of Namibia. Also, please keep in mind that we'll be keeping you up to speed in terms of everything that has to do with the preparations as they come through from us, from the various sources that are allowed to do so. And please pay attention to the social media pages as well, where you can get accurate information. Moving on. Sam Nujoma, the founding president of Namibia, discusses his background leading up to his presidency, his career as a head of state, and his views on the future of Africa's leadership in this episode of Meet the Leader. Uyungozi Institute exists to support African leaders to attain sustainable development for their nation and for Africa. They seek to inspire leaders and promote the recognition of the important role of leadership in sustainable development. The institute is based in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and it was established by the government of the United Republic of Tanzania and receives substantial support from the government of the Republic of Finland. Let's take a look at the insert.
Welcome to Meet the Leader program. And today we are extremely honored to be invited in Namibia, and we are going to talk to former President of Namibia, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma. Dr. Sam Nujoma, thank you very much for inviting us to Namibia.
You are welcome.
To start with, Your Excellency, there is a belief among scholars that family backgrounds do influence leadership aspirations as well as skills. You grew up in Ovambaland, and to what extent will you say your background and childhood experiences influences your leadership aspirations and skills?
Well, yes, I was born northern Namibia, in the Sati region of the Republic of Namibia now. And I've grown up there. As a young boy, my first task was to look after my family's cattle, plus goat and sheep. That was my task and responsibility, to look after them, and they go to the cattle post in order to ensure that our cattle are in good condition. So to be able to produce milk and the butter which we produce from the milk. So that was my first responsibility as a firstborn in the family. And I also helped my mother to pound millet, which we call mahangu, to produce flour for our dish, which we normally consume at home. We never buy things from the shop. In fact, there were no shops there. Even up to now, if you go there, you go to walk kilometers and kilometers to find a place where you can purchase some goods from the shops. So, and I was brought up that way. Even at the school those days, I never considered school to be something important, because all other boys, they are looking after their cattle, and you have to go to cattle post sometimes 50 kilometers from home in order to ensure that your cattle are in good condition. So this is how I was brought up. But that means also responsibility and accountability. Because if you are 20 or 30 or 50 kilometers away from home, those days, leopards, they are there to grab the goats or sheep, and the lions are there also to grab your cattle. So you have to arm yourself, you have to have a knob kill, you have to have bows and arrows ready to attack this animal and kill them, to prevent them from harassing the cattle you are looking after. So this is how we were brought up those days.
And Your Excellency, you spent about 30 years out of Namibia championing for Namibia cause for independence. Whilst you are away, what shaped your thinking, and to what extent that helped you when eventually you came back to Namibia as a president?
Well, we were first of all inspired politically by the achievement of independence of Ghana under the leadership of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah in 1957. So, and then more so by the process of the achievement of independence of Tanganyika then, before it became the United Republic of Tanzania. So when the TANU, under the leadership of Mwalimu K. Nyerere, mobilized the masses of the people of Tanzania politically, and the British colonial administration there was forced to accept the demand of the people of Tanganyika under the leadership of Mwalimu Nyerere. So that is more closer to us. Now we used to look on the map of Africa, Ghana achieved independence, but it's so long distance. From here you pass through Angula under Portuguese colonialism, Congo, DRC, under the Belgian colonialism, Congo Brazzaville under the French. So you go on passing, it's not possible to teach Ghana in other ways. But here, I was able to escape from the country when I was being arrested here. When we started also to demand our freedom and independence, because we were inspired by Tanzania being also a former German colony, and became a League of Nations mandate. These were German colonies then, Germany, Southwest Africa, Germany, East Africa, Tanganyika, Rwanda, Burundi, and West Africa was Cameroon and Togo. So we also started to demand now, after the British agreed to that Tanganyika should proceed to independence, which was achieved in 1961. So we started also that Namibia should be placed under the UN trusteeship system. But the apartheid regime of South Africa here, led by Ferreira to Forster and Malanda, they refused. They said, no, there's no question that Namibia should be placed under the UN trusteeship system. So we started to demand our independence. So I escaped from the country through the British Bechuanaland, through British Central Africa, that is now the Southern Rhodesia, Northern Rhodesia, and then reached Tanganyika in 1960. So I escaped from here. But all those were under the British colonialism. So when I escaped here, I was helped by the people of Bechuanaland, of Southern Rhodesia, of Northern Rhodesia. But even in that, by that time, there was no question of being to go so easy to British colonies. So I was helped by the freedom fighters, Kaunda, Northern Rhodesia, then escaped to Tanganyika. Then I was helped by Mwalimu, who was the leader of TANU. In fact, when I arrived there in March 1960, Mwalimu just came back from the UN, where the United Nations then decided that Tanganyika should proceed to independence in 1961. So it was not easy, but I learned a lot from Mwalimu, from Kwame Nkrumah, from Gamal Abdel Nasser. These are the leaders who shape up our Pan-Africanist idea of Africa for Africans. And Africa must be ruled by the Africans. This is what we shape at us in those difficult days.
Your Excellency, completing a long-time dream of attaining Namibian independence, in year 1990, March 21st, you became the first president of independent Namibia. At that time, when you assumed the mantle of the presidency, what was your vision of this great national, and how did you want to fulfill that vision?
You know, we fought a war here, a racial war, which was imposed on us by the South African minority white settlers of Forster, the borders. So we have to reconcile our nation. What we have adopted, a policy of national reconciliation, that all those who remain within the borders of the Republic of Namibia from the 21st of March 1990 are citizens of the Republic of Namibia, and therefore they should be protected by the laws of the Republic of Namibia. So we have to make sure that if we have to develop our country economically, we have to have a peace and stability in the country. And this is the policy we have pursued.
But it was not easy because we did not have a university or a polytech or any other technical schools. We inherited band educations, they were called it here. Inferior education, that is, band education means that African children would not be taught mathematics and science. So we have to demolish that, we have to do away with that and establish national schools where all the children, irrespective of their color or race, are going to the same school. And then we established the University of Namibia, Polytechnic of Namibia, and the other technical institutions. So we are able to, now we are training our own engineers, geologists, doctors. So we have now the School of Medicine here, School of Pharmacy, and so we were ahead during this short time of 22 years of independence.
Thank you, Your Excellency. At that time when you assumed the presidency, were there some adjustments that you had to make in order to realize this goal?
No, we have to establish really a people's government, the National Assembly that makes the laws of the country, and also to make sure that the resources of the country are utilized for the benefit of all Namibians, irrespective of their color, race, or places of origin.
Do you think there are particularly qualities that perhaps African leaders must have in contrast with leaders from developed countries?
Well, I think it's to maintain our culture. I was born in a rural area, and we were taught by our parents that we must be proud of what we are. So, and I think we must maintain ours. We should not inherit foreign cultures. Development is something else, because you develop a car in order to move fast. You develop a train in order to carry more goods to any destination you wanted to, or to trade with the other countries.
How do you see the future for Africa, and how can we reinforce it?
Africa must unite. Without Africa united under the UN. In fact, here in Namibia, we are trying to make sure that our children understand it. That's why here in Namibia we have African Union flag, and we also sing, including African Union anthem at all our schools. So the aim is to register in the minds of our children that one day our national flag will go into the museum, and the African Union flag will remain the only flag on the African continent. So it's the anthem. Our children are already singing the African Union anthem. That's the idea behind it.
Your Excellency, do you see regime change as a challenge in Africa, and what can be done about it?
Regime change is an insult to the intelligence of the African leaders. African leaders are capable of leading their people as they led their people before colonialism and imperialism occupied this country.
Dear viewers, thank you very much for following up this very informative insight from His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma. I'm sure you have benefited a lot from this interview. Your Excellency, thank you very much for according us your time.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the continuation of the special broadcast reflecting the life and times of the late President, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. The founding president, Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, has died. The news was announced by President Angula this morning on NBC.
Dr. Nujoma was admitted to the Lady Boamba Private Hospital last week. Earlier in the week, his son, Utoni Nujoma, said that the founding father was in a stable but critical situation, asking for the nation to keep him in prayers. President Bumba conveyed the deep sorrow felt across the nation.
Fellow Namibians, the foundation of the Republic of Namibia have been shaken. Over the past 3 weeks, the founding president of the Republic of Namibia and founding father of the Namibian nation was hospitalized for medical treatment and medical observation due to ill health. Unfortunately, this time, the most gallant son of our land recovered from his illness. It is therefore with utmost sorrow and sadness that I make the announcement this morning, the 9th of February 2025, to the Namibian people, our African brothers and sisters, and to the world at large about the passing of our revered freedom fighter and the revolutionary leader, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma.
Dr. Bumba further announced that beyond his leadership in the struggle, Nujoma's presidency was characterized by his commitment to nation building. President Bumba described him as a leader who provided maximum leadership to the Namibian nation and spared no effort to motivate each and every Namibian to build a country that would stand tall and proud among the nations of the world. As the nation enters a period of mourning, President Bumba urged Namibians to find solace in the unmatched leadership and extraordinary contributions of Dr. Nujoma. He extended gratitude to the medical professionals who cared for the late president and to the many Namibians and international friends who offered prayers and messages of support.
Late President Sam Nujoma in his lifetime had presented many speeches, the most powerful and historical one being his maiden speech on the eve of 21st March 1990.
I, Sam Nujoma,
I, Sam Nujoma,
do hereby swear
that
I will strive to the best of my ability to uphold, protect, and defend as the supreme law the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia, and faithfully to obey, execute, and administer the laws of the Republic of Namibia. That I will protect the independence, the sovereignty, the territorial integrity, and the material and spiritual resources of the Republic of Namibia. And that I will endeavor to the best of my ability to ensure justice for all the inhabitants of the Republic of Namibia. So help me God.
Dr. Sam Nujoma took the presidential oath on March 21, 1990. During his time as president, he delivered powerful speeches that shaped the nation's identity, inspired resilience, and reinforced the principles of independence, peace, and development. His words continue to resonate with Namibians, reminding them of their shared struggle and aspirations. On March 21, 1990, as Namibia celebrated its long-awaited independence, Nujoma stood before the world. It was his words that set the tone for the nation's future. He was an avid believer of unity as the foundation of a free and democratic Namibia. At the African Union 2015 Son and Daughter of Africa Awards ceremony, Nujoma reflected on the need for peace across the continent. During Namibia's liberation struggle, Nujoma took to the world stage at the United Nations, where he boldly proclaimed to continue Namibia's struggle until Namibia is free and independent. On May 4, 1978, hundreds of Namibians were massacred at Kasinga in Angola. Speaking in remembrance of the tragedy, Nujoma paid tribute to the victims, saying the blood of the fallen comrades strengthens the nation's resolve to fight for a free Namibia. His statement became a symbol of the sacrifices made for freedom and the responsibility of future generations to uphold the ideals of independence. More than 3 decades after independence, Sam Nujoma's words continue to echo in Namibia's collective consciousness. And the Order of the Companions of OR Tambo from South Africa in 2018, each reflecting his global influence and the respect he garnered worldwide.
Special live broadcast reflecting the lives and times of the late President Dr. Sam Safishuna. We'll now cross over to Johnny Konja for the news bulletin.
In 1973, Nujoma was honored the Lenin Peace Prize by the USSR, recognizing his efforts in promoting peace and socialism. The following year, he received the Frederick Joliot Curie Gold Medal, further acknowledging his commitment to global harmony. The Vatican City honored him twice with the Medaglia Pontifica, first in 1984 and again in 1991. This was in recognition of his moral leadership and dedication to humanitarian causes. In 1988, Brazil bestowed upon him the Grand Master Order of Merit, the Grand Cross, its highest order in recognition of his leadership and contribution to freedom. The same year, Vietnam honored him with the Ho Chi Minh Peace Prize, celebrating his efforts in promoting peace and solidarity. India recognized Nujoma's outstanding leadership by awarding him the Indira Gandhi Peace Prize for Disarmament and Development in 1990, acknowledging his role in leading Namibia to independence. Throughout his career, Nujoma received numerous other international honors, including the Order of José Marti from Cuba in 1991, the Order of Liberty from Portugal in 1995, and the Order of the Companions of OR Tambo from South Africa in 2018, each reflecting his global influence and the respect he garnered worldwide. Dr. Nujoma's contribution to education and leadership have been recognized by several academic institutions. In 1973, Ahmadu Bello University in Nigeria awarded him an honorary doctorate for law. He later received honorary degrees from institutions such as Lincoln University in the USA in 1990, the National University of Lesotho in the same year, and the University of Namibia in 1993, among others. In 2015, the University of Zambia conferred on him a Doctor of Philosophy in Peace and Conflict Studies, acknowledging his efforts in promoting peace and resolving conflicts.
Very good morning and welcome to your news highlights on NBC this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Johnny Konja, and starting the news at this hour on a sad note, as the country's founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, died on Saturday at the age of 95. The death announcement was made by President Angula this morning on NBC TV.
The foundation of the Republic of Namibia have been shaken. Over the past 3 weeks, the founding president of the Republic of Namibia and founding father of the Namibian nation was hospitalized for medical treatment and medical observation due to ill health. Unfortunately, this time, the most gallant son of our land could not recover from his illness. It is therefore with utmost sorrow and sadness that I make the announcement this morning, the 9th of February 2025, to the Namibian people, our African brothers and sisters, and to the world at large about the passing of our revered freedom fighter and the revolutionary leader, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. President Nujoma passed on at the age of 95 on the 8th of February at 23 hours 45 minutes in Windhoek, Namibia. Our founding father lived a long and consequential life, during which he served the people of this country he so much loved. Our founding father heroically marshaled the Namibian people during the darkest hours of our liberation struggle until the attainment of freedom and independence on the 21st of March, 1990. As founding president, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma provided maximum leadership to our nation and spare no effort to motivate each and every Namibian to build a country that would stand tall and proud among the nations of the world. In that vein, our revered leader, Dr. Nujoma, did not only blaze the trail to freedom, but he also inspired us to rise to our feet and to become masters of this vast land of our ancestors. During this period of national mourning, we should be comforted by the unmatched leadership and extraordinary contribution of President Nujoma to the liberation struggle, the development, and unity of the Namibian people. I would like to thank the medical staff who cared diligently for our treasured leader. Also, I would like to thank Namibians and friends of Namibia who extended messages and prayers of recovery to our founding father and founding president, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. On behalf of the people and the government of the Republic of Namibia, I convey my sincere condolences to the founding First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, Her Excellency Madam Kovambo Nujoma, also to Honorable Utoni Nujoma, Minister, the Nujoma children, as well as the entire Nujoma and Kondombolo family. Following consultation with the Nujoma and Kondombolo families, the government of the Republic of Namibia will announce a period of national mourning and burial arrangements. May God bless the Republic of Namibia, and I thank you for listening to me.
That concludes the news highlights at this hour. Thank you so much for watching. We'll continue with our rolling broadcast of the death of founding President Sam Nujoma on NBC. Stay tuned.
Namibia will be free. Namibia will be free. When the enemy advance, you retreat. When the enemy retire, you attack. This is precisely what we did.
Sam Nujoma is very deserving of the role of icon of the Namibian liberation struggle. There's no doubt of that.
But I could not really believe that his entire tanks and armed cars and jet fighters were wiped out.
Some say Namibia is the land God made in anger. Endless stretches of savanna, a multiple of undulating hills, arid expanses, and the unforgiving Namib Desert all provide spectacular landscapes and an added fortune in natural resources. As the Atlantic Ocean meets the oldest desert in the world, it is a truly spectacular and almost frightening work of nature. In all the greatness and force of this unusual meeting point, the Trans-Kalahari Highway manages to snake through, bringing tourists every day. This fascinating landscape and promising wealth brought German settlers here in the late 1800s. They occupied Namibia, reducing the locals to mere servants and abused workers. Having taken their land, chased them off, and in many cases killed them, natives became tortured and oppressed strangers in their own land. The Hereros and the Nama people of Namibia were the victims of the first genocide of the 20th century in the world. But the locals would stand up and fight to take back their lives and their land and seek freedom. Namibia, known as Southwest Africa at the time, was a German colony until the end of the First World War. Between then and 1990, Namibia was occupied and controlled by the then apartheid South Africa. Dr. Sam Shafisuna Nujoma was born in the northwestern part of Namibia in 1929. Like all boys in those days, he looked after his parents' cattle and assisted with home chores, including farming. After finishing his primary education in his hometown, he moved to Walvis Bay in 1946 to try and get a job. It was in Walvis Bay that he was exposed to modern world politics by meeting and interacting with soldiers from South America and Europe who had been brought there during the Second World War. At the dawn of 1949, Sam Nujoma went to live with his uncle in Windhoek, where he began working for the South African Railways. During this period, he attended adult night school at St. Barnabas in Windhoek's old location. The old location was going to prove to be pivotal in Nujoma's fight against apartheid and colonialism.
Colonialism was terrible here in Namibia. African children were taught that they have half a brain to those of the whites.
And apartheid here, as you heard it, every public place like this restaurant, they must have 2 doors, or even you don't come near the restaurant, you are sold through the windows.
During the 1950s, the Windhoek municipality and the South African colonial administration decided to forcefully move the residents of the main location 8 kilometers to the north of the city, prompting the evicted people to give the new location the name Katutura, meaning the place where we do not want to live. For a number of reasons, most residents did not want to move. They had owned the land in old location, whereas in Katutura, all land belonged to the municipality. The newly allocated lands were also a lot smaller than those in old location, effectively forbidding the creation of gardens. Professor Mburumba Karina is a veteran of the struggle. He remembers those days vividly.
The whites, under the apartheid government, have always regarded blacks as not being clean. So they must be kept very far away from white people. When the blacks got to their old locations, they started growing pepper trees, eucalyptus trees, and since the place was a hill, it started looking beautiful, and they decided that blacks cannot live in beautiful places like that. Only whites have to live there. They decided to move blacks to this Katutura.
Economically, black residents were worse off after the move because they now had to pay rent to the municipality and they needed a bus to reach their workplaces in town. Old location had been in walking distance. Dr. Nuyoma's passion for politics and a yearning to see his people free from the restrictive pass law system compelled him to resign from the South African Railways in 1957 at the age of just 29. He also had a yearning to see his people free from the restrictive pass law system that prevented blacks from moving freely around the country. The pass laws required black Africans to carry identity documents in the form of a reference book when outside set areas. The pass laws are considered one of the most grievous methods that the South African government used to enforce apartheid.
That's the exact picture.
Yeah, that's exactly the picture.
Yeah.
Very importantly too, Nujoma had found inspiration in the words and actions of the early Namibian resistance leader Hendrik Witbooi, who fought many battles against German occupation in the 1800s.
Hendrik Witbooi and the other traditional leaders such as Herero, the Herero people, those were, to us, they were revolutionary. We were inspired by them. Hendrik Witbooi, for example, died in combat at Farahras in 1905. So this is written. Now, when we see him, a picture of him with a rifle, we say we must get this rifle. So, but how to get them?
Together with his comrades, he also organized resistance against the forceful removal of the inhabitants of the old location to the new township of Katutura, which was based on the apartheid policy of racial segregation. This resistance resulted in the massacre of 12 innocent, unarmed people on the 10th of December 1959.
The Boers would not tolerate just equality to them is an insult. So we thought that we must do something, especially after the uprisings on the 10th of December 1959 in Windhoek, where 12 people were killed by the Boers. We were being arrested, including myself.
Utoni Nujoma is Sam Nuyoma's first son. He was born in 1952 during the struggle against apartheid. Utoni was 8 years old when his father went into exile.
I grew up in the normal colonial apartheid setting, where we were living in the what you call the high density areas, where they were calling them locations. And what I can remember during that time it was when the South African authorities, the apartheid police, raided our home. I was very small at that time. I could see white men all over, police officials, looking for documents, searching our house.
Sam Nujoma had gone into exile in 1960 after being arrested and charged with breaking the pass law system, organizing resistance activities and political rallies.
In fact, when I escaped from the country, I jumped bail because I was supposed to be tried, and I paid bail. So while on bail, I escaped through then British Botswana land, Southern Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, Northern Rhodesia, now Zambia.
Exile for him was all about lobbying outside help from free African countries like Ghana, Egypt, Libya, Sudan, Liberia, and other parts of the world. Nujoma had been pleading with the UN to facilitate Namibia's independence.
There was two alternatives. If we fail through diplomatic activity, the political campaign at the international level, we launch the armed struggle. And this is what we did. Oh, of course, the armed struggle took longer.
Dr. Nujoma transported the first weapons that were used at the launch of the armed struggle against South Africa on August 26, 1966. The arms came through a very drawn-out route from Algeria, through Egypt, Sudan, Tanzania, and Zambia, and finally into Namibia.
If we go in exile and they obtain firearms to fight against the Boers, and this is precisely what we did. We get the Katusha from the Soviet Union and now the Russian Federation. And the Boers did not thought that we could get such powerful firearms. Because they were fighting conventional warfare, we adopted guerrilla warfare tactics. Like Mao Zedong said that when the enemy advances, you retreat. When the enemy retire, you attack. This is precisely what we did with the whites here. Because whites in South Africa and Namibia put together, they were more than the indigenous people in Namibia. So guerrilla warfare is the only war that you could put down.
Over 11,000 struggle soldiers and hundreds more unarmed civilians were killed during the battles that followed. Apartheid troops attacked refugee camps with poisonous gases, killing unarmed women and children.
There are times where the enemy jet fighters could attack some of our refugee camps, like at the and the Nyango, both in Zambia, they attempted to attack our refugee camps.
Kasinga is a small town along the Zambian border. Here there was a Namibian refugee and military camp. Under Piet Botha, the South African president at the time, apartheid forces attacked this camp early one morning when everyone was still sleeping. Over 700 people were killed and hundreds more injured. Like his father, Utoni dedicated his life to the struggle. He spent many years in exile and was a specialist frontline guerrilla fighter. His determination to join his father in exile and fight the nation's case encouraged hundreds of other young Namibians at the time to follow him.
My father has always been a comrade, as I told you, that we were together in the struggle, and I really appreciate the fact that he sent me for military training. Together with my comrades, him as Commander-in-Chief commanding us, visiting us from time to time at the front line, was always an encouragement.
Comrades, commanders, officers and men of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, I would first of all wish to pay tribute and congratulate you for the gallant and brave military operations you have been carrying out, and above all, the liquidation of the enemy forces which you have carried out during the past year.
Veteran journalist and founder of the Namibian newspaper Gwen Lister lived through the struggle, reporting about it in her writings, and got to know Sam Nujoma intimately.
Well, Sam Nujoma is undoubtedly the icon, or the main icon, of the Namibian struggle for freedom of and independence. I first got to meet him in 1981. He was incredibly committed to Namibian independence and freedom, and I do recall meeting him very often in those days. All he really wanted to talk about was Namibia and the fact that one day it would be free.
As the struggle continued, international support for Namibia's independence increased.
Of course, at the end, the MPLA government in Angola and the Cuban international forces with the Namibia Plan People's Liberation Army Namibia's Swapos military wing. At the Cuba-Naval battle, we attacked them, but I could not really believe that his entire tanks and armed cars and jet fighters were wiped out.
The UN was compelled to implement Resolution 435, stipulating the withdrawal of the apartheid government of South Africa from Namibia. In Namibia's first democratic elections, SWAPO, the organization spearheading the fight against apartheid, gained a majority.
Mr. Sam Nujoma, President-elect of the Republic of Namibia, being saluted.
Sam Nujoma was elected to be the first president of the Republic of Namibia. On 21st March 1990, he was sworn in as the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force.
Joyous greeting from the crowd.
Mr. President-elect, I congratulate you on your election. The people of South Africa join me in wishing you and the people of the new nation of Namibia prosperity and good fortune. May Almighty God be with you and bless you. I thank you.
For Nujoma, it was the start of more than a decade as leader of the nation, being elected twice more into office in 1994 and 1999. However, his government had its fair share of problems, and as with many founding fathers, he did not respond to criticism very well, especially from the press.
In the same way as we had cast an eye of scrutiny on what the apartheid regime was doing, so too we felt that we should be the watchdog over the new government. And I think this was where misunderstandings came. between ourselves and the SWAPO leadership. The president eventually decided that the Namibian was being anti-government in its reporting, and he put a ban on government advertising in the Namibian and government purchasing copies of the Namibian in 2000.
This country has a number of revered places, but the Heroes Acre is on a whole new level. As part of Sam Nuyoma's legacy, it is a modern state-of-the-art symbol and a very sacred place. Sam Nujoma initiated its construction as a motivation to foster a spirit of patriotism and nationalism. It holds and preserves the memory of fallen Namibians who made meaningful contributions to the freedoms enjoyed today.
When we think about Dr. Nujoma, we think about a paradigm shift in the sense that he took from the resistance struggle the spirit of freeing this nation collectively with other national leaders and walk plus minus 3 decades for the liberation of this country.
Dr. Akawa, a historian at the University of Namibia, she believes that Dr. Sam Nujoma laid a good foundation for the unity and peace that Namibia has maintained since independence.
As the first president of this country for the first 10 years, he still did, for me, I think he deserved to be the first president because of the role he played, especially in nation building. I mean, you can imagine how scattered the nation was, how unsure they were. But then he really made it a point that we come together and start on a clean slate to build a nation.
Katutura, the place where sparks of the struggle for independence began, is now home to the man and the struggle veteran who worked closely with Sam Nujoma and actually gave Namibia its name.
And I went through, as I was growing up among our Nama people, to find out about the names of our deserts. I thought about the Kalahari Desert, and it didn't quite ring the bell. Then I thought about the Nama name for the Namib Desert, the home of uranium. And I said, that's it. I decided to name our country, when it is free, the Republic of Namib.
In 2005, Nujoma stunned everyone by stepping down from power, a very rare action, especially considering that for some reason a lot of contemporary African leaders would rather hang on to power forever. "10 years on from retirement, Nujoma is still a very busy person. Now, though, he occupies himself mostly spending time at his citrus farm and cattle ranch in the north of the country, where his foundation is also constructing schools and health facilities for local communities.
You see, this is from grade 1 to grade 10, or it's going to be extended up to grade 12, for all the children whose parents are farm workers. Up to now, after independence, they don't attend the school. The whites, they send their children to boarding schools in towns like Windhoek and other towns. The rest of the African children remain. So that I will start now here that every child must attend the school in the country. Because education is the key to knowledge. This is the key to power. I bought this farm after independence, of course. Because before independence, no black would be allowed to buy land under apartheid regime. Best Also good milk. They give a lot of milk.
On the land is where Nujoma feels more at home. He spent his early childhood on a farm.
Photo. Would it drive just? No, I would like to see agriculture so that we produce enough food for our population and export food from here. Oh, I think they open up here. Oh, oh, we go there. Okay. Yeah, naturally, in Namibia, from the northern region where I was brought up, the people are farmers. Farming with the cattle, producing millet. You can see here Fidel Castro, Nelson Mandela, President Pohamba, President Jose Eduardo Santos, myself, this is the Cuban, this is President Agustin Neto of Angola. Here, in 1976, President of Angola and myself. And this President Pohamba with myself in 1967. It was in Cairo, in Egypt.
Back at his home, Sam Nujoma acknowledges and is always quick to show appreciation to fellow African leaders who helped him in advocating the independence of Namibia.
Yeah, this is with my family. With this is my mother, my sister, and then my sister who's behind me. And this is my brother. This is my father and my mother. And this is my wife now with the children. The elder one, Utoni, is here. And this year he passed away. And this one is a big girl. The girl also passed away. Here I was addressing the speech in a way. Here I was addressing a rally. This is just the picture. Here we are dancing with the girls in the bush. And this is Dr. Indongo. He was the medical doctor we trained, and he was my personal doctor during the war.
From his childhood to him fighting for freedom, one thing is evident. Sam Nujoma has always loved Namibia, the land, the people, and most importantly, the freedom.
A very good morning and welcome. If you've just joined us, you are watching the live coverage of the life and times of the late President Sam Nujoma, who passed away yesterday at a local hospital here in Windhoek. I'm joined in the studio by my co-presenter, Jonas Mbaba. Jonas, what are some of the most memorable things that you can remember about the late President Sam Nujoma?
I think growing up, my dad always used to have these videotapes where we would watch the United Nations, the meeting, the big gathering, the General Assembly meeting that they have in the United Nations. And amongst them would feature the likes of Fidel Castro, of course, Muammar Gaddafi of Libya at that time, Robert Mugabe, and of course, Dr. Sam Savishuna himself. The energy that he brought to the stage, especially when the ones that I've mentioned came before him. I really love that aspect of being unapologetic in the sense that, look, Namibia will have its place in this world. Africa would have its place in this world. Even post-independence, he was very strong on his views in terms of neo-colonialism, saying that, look, the fight for independence is not yet over. There's still a new chapter that we need to embark upon. And I think that's why he emphasized the importance of, investing in education. And 5 years on, I think that, we are reaping some of the fruits of his visionary leadership.
Absolutely. There's one thing that many people didn't actually know about President Nujoma was that firstly he was very simple in his taste. He wasn't prone to flamboyance and showy, especially outright ostentatiousness. He was a very simple person. Another thing is he really detested makeup on African girls and wigs. I remember he came on a visit once and gone to meet him, and this room full of people. I was wearing a wig because my hair was half done, half braided, and I was wearing this wig, and in front of everybody he said, go and take that thing off because young, well brought up girls don't wear things like that. Mm-hmm. So I had to go and take off this thing and come back, and I was so embarrassed because my hair was half braided. But then again, I learned a lesson: never again, no makeup, no artifice, absolutely natural. But as I said, he was a man of simple taste. He wasn't ostentatious. He remembered his roots, and he didn't let the fact that he'd been in exile since early 1960, and he was obviously fated, around the world with heads of state and state banquets. He remained true to his roots. And he never adopted any of these pretenses, the pretentiousness, of wow, I've been here, I've been there, I've lived here. And he didn't adopt any of these mannerisms, he remained true to himself and to his roots. So those are some of the memories that I can recall from my youth of Sam Nujoma. As a president, he was very decisive, and I think one thing that he was known for was his ability to take a decision. Mm-hmm. Right or wrong, he took the decision, and he stood by that decision, and he defended it. And he was able to defend his decisions, right or wrong, popular or not popular. But if he believed in something, he would stick with that. And that, of course, is one of the characteristics of a good leader. Mm-hmm. You need to be decisive. You need to be able to take decisions. Yeah. So, what else do you remember?
Not much. I was just going to ask you a question regarding yourself as a media practitioner. You've been doing this for years, and over the years, we've seen the presidency warming up more, to the media. What was the late president's relationship as far as the media was concerned?
We had a very good relationship with him. The relationship with the late president was good. But as I said earlier, if you represented what he considered an imperialist media house, then he could be very harsh. But to us, especially us at the NBC, we were working with the NBC at the time, we had a very good working relationship. But I must say, even when I worked for Radio France International, and I would interview him, he was always, I suppose it was because it was me and he knew it was a Namibian child, so there was always a slant to the questions that I would ask him. So I suppose he was very open then because he knew who it was me, etc. And obviously it was also a way of publicizing the Namibian struggle on a major European news network, So but with us, NBC, we had a very good working relationship.
I think for me, the other thing that stands out as well is the fact that even though he had retired as a statesman, he still was very active in a lot of activities. We spoke to Angula, the chairperson of the Nujoma Foundation, and I think it says a lot about his nature, as saying like, look, my work is not done. He would still come to events and deliver the keynote address. I just felt that when many people retirement, they feel like, hey, I'm done, I'm going to rest on my farm. Not that the same. He was always, ready to go out there and keep on inspiring.
I think for Nujoma, it was the fact that the struggle, the development of Namibia was in his blood. It was part of him. And for him, that the development of Namibia never ended. It was always an ongoing battle. So whether he had retired on paper, wherever he felt there was a need to take the country forward, Nujoma would absolutely jump at the chance. So for him, I don't think retirement, played a major role, as long as there was still something to be done for Namibia. Look at the way he jumped in, into reviving the Olufuko festival, which was a good thing, because this is reviving some of our cultural rituals that had died out under apartheid, or that had died out for religious and other reasons. But he brought that back because he strongly believed in African culture. He strongly believed in our culture, in maintaining our culture, because as he pointed out to us many a time, a people without a culture is like a tree without roots. It will eventually fall down. So yes, he was, although he had retired, he was very active. As you said, he was called to many events, especially for his party, that he lived and died for SWAPO, essentially. And he would have done anything, and he did do anything, going on the campaign trail, going to address rallies, meetings, long after he had retired, which just gave you a measure, of the man and his dedication. So growing up, what did you think of him as a president?
He was a very fit fellow, because when you talk about the railway project, he took it upon himself. He was on the ground, inspiring young people to be a part of that massive national project. I've always been, always wondered, what kept the man going, and reflecting a bit on the discussion that you had with Helmut Angula, speaking about how fit he was, how good of a swimmer he was, and how health conscious he was as well. But also, he touched on something that like I mentioned before, his passion for education. Many of the young people that fled, that went into exile, thought the fight was just going to be based on the battlefield. But he said, "Oh, we need to study ourselves. Once we're independent, we will need to run the country, and for that, we need to educate ourselves." Education for him, he believed that was one of the weapons that would be needed in the second phase of the struggle, which is economic emancipation.
Absolutely, and as you touched on health, as I and many people will undoubtedly also point out, that he really was a health fanatic, and this is something that he tried to get the Namibian people to embrace. For instance, the Eat Fish project, where he launched it, and it was his brainchild, where he would get Namibians to eat more fish, because, as you know, Namibians are meat eaters. They are inherently meat eaters, and they don't eat fish as much as they ought to. And he launched this project to consume more fish, etc. And he would talk about it, all the time. Yes, eat white meat, which obviously he always did. As I said, he stopped eating red meat, but not just for himself. He also tried to impart this knowledge to the nation.
And I think he also played a big role in the establishment of the Nujoma campus at Henties Bay, which specializes in the marine sciences. And we are seeing, that we are slowly but surely reaping the fruits of the research that's being carried out on that campus.
Yes, and the other thing that Mr. Helmut Angula touched on was Vision 2030. You remember he drove that vision, that project, and he embraced it wholeheartedly, and he wanted Namibia to achieve those development milestones by 2030. And in every speech, literally every speech that he made, when it came to development, he would stress on Vision 2030 and map out the steps that we needed to take to achieve Vision 2030. And unfortunately, as Mr. Angula pointed out, this seems to have kind of died a natural death, because we don't hear about it anymore. And although the goals were noble, and in fact they did tie in with our national development plans, which were actually crafted around Vision 2030. But that vision appears to have died a natural death.
Yeah, and just to add on that a little bit, growing up we used to hear about Vision 2030. Imagine it's the year 2000 and Vision 2030 is so far, yet here we are. Vision 2030 is what, 5 years
away.
Years from now. And I think it comes back to, I read somewhere that, having vision is sometimes a gift and a curse. Because sometimes, being visionary can be misunderstood. It's like if you are a midget standing on the shoulders of giants and you can see further than the giant, but when you come down from the shoulders of a giant and try to explain it to someone, it's like, nah, it's not going to work.
Yeah. Some of the other things that I remember about him was that he had very good ties with many African heads of state. In fact, as Mr. Angula was pointing out, he was given full head of state status in countries like Zambia. In fact, in countries like Zambia, under the late President Kenneth Kaunda, he was moved to the state guest house, which is where he lived in Lusaka. In Angola as well, he was given a state guest house, and he had the same privileges as a head of state, you know, in these countries. So which is also, you know, just shows you the kind of respect that was accorded to Nujoma. But also, interestingly, out of all the liberation movements in Southern Africa, SWAPO, his party, was one of the only liberation movements that was given full diplomatic status in all the countries where it had representation. And their representatives, the SWAPO representatives, had ambassadorial status on a par with ambassadors from independent countries. Their cars had CD number plates, etc. They had immunity as well. So it just shows you that the impact and the influence that President Nujoma had, you know, in these countries, that he was able to get them to recognize, you know, his movement as an equal and give his party full, or his movement at the time, full diplomatic status. That was an achievement.
And the plight, and of course, the plight of the Namibian people was indeed valid. You know, I think that's why, you know, many countries did recognize SWAPO in that manner and gave them, you know, the status that that was given to them. Toki, you spoke a little bit about Zambia, and on the socials, Hakainde Hichilema, the president of Zambia, also expressed his condolences, and also Namibia's all-weather friend Cuba also shared a message on their social media platforms, also sharing, you know, our grief as well.
Well, Cuba, it was to be expected. The Cubans have long been friends of SWAPO, the ruling party, of SWAPO, the liberation movement, and of course Nujoma. And Cuba was one of the few countries in Latin America where SWAPO had a representation. Yes, so it just shows you that the man was held in great esteem.
All right, if you're just joining us, you're watching the rolling broadcast of the focusing on the, or rather reflecting on the life and times of the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. During the course of the day, we will be speaking to various individuals who share their stories and memories that they had with the late president. Stay tuned.
All around the world, men and women, people of all ages, have witnessed the awesome manifestation of God's presence, power, and His love rendered in words, words beyond the written pages.
Why are we preaching like this? Why do we travel all around the world preaching the gospel? Because Jesus is coming again. And He left us with a message to tell the untold. A message for the whole world.
This message of faith in God and His unfailing Word has brought about change in the lives of millions around the world. An improvement that brings many more to such meetings with the man of God, knowing that their lives will never be the same again. Today we bring you excerpts from a special meeting with our man of God, Pastor Chris.
Pastor Chris, worth hearing.
I love to talk about Jesus, the Prince of Peace. He is the Lord of Lords, supreme through all eternity. The great I am, the way, the truth, the life, the door. Let's talk about Jesus more and more. Hallelujah. I love to talk about Jesus. Who would you rather talk about? Jesus. Come on, tell me. Jesus. He's the Prince of Peace, the Lord of Lords, supreme, the great I am. Hallelujah. Did you know he was the one who appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? It was Jesus. The Jews didn't know it.
And a very good morning to all our viewers. If you've just joined us, you are watching the live coverage of the life and times of the late President, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, who died yesterday in Windhoek. Now, Namibia's journey to independence and nation building is deeply intertwined with the legacy of the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. A towering figure in the country's history, his leadership shaped the liberation struggle and the early years of Namibia's democracy. We're joined now in the studio by Member of Parliament, Dr. Toby Aupindi, who is also a member of SWAPO, the ruling party SWAPO's Central Committee. But more importantly, Dr. Toby Aupindi is a child of the liberation struggle who grew up under Sam Nujoma in Exile. Good morning, Dr. Aupindi, and welcome.
Good morning. Good morning.
Let's start off. I'd like to ask you, how would you describe the impact that the late founding father, Dr. Nujoma, had on the youth during the liberation struggle?
Well, first of all, let me just say how profound and saddened I was when I heard the news. It kind of like threw me back, and really, but in a way, you feel aggrieved and bereaved, but you also feel a sense of celebration, because so much about President Nuyoma's life has to be celebrated. It is a celebration of life. He's a towering figure that has been larger than life in his quest and conquest for a betterment of freedom and independence. And his profound impact on youth and the youth revolution. Remember, like President Nujoma came from a generation of young people who themselves took out a covenant to God that they will not relent and they will carry the banner of freedom and independence to its logical conclusion, as was passed, that torch was passed on to them by the earlier generation of our forebears who fought the German colonial imperialism. And therefore, his profound journey of hope, inspiration, inclusivity, and mobilization, education can never be overemphasized. It will leave a lasting impression on our country, not only for a generation, but I think for eternity. This is the president of presidents. There will never be anyone of that quality, caliber, and dynamism. So, and therefore I celebrate his life.
Growing up in exile and growing up under the leadership of Nujoma, what struck you most about this man?
He was, first of all, he had a sense of aura around him, of originality. With President Nujoma, what you see is really what you get. He was very decisive, of course. And the fact that he carried that weight, that banner of freedom and independence. And as a child growing up, watching him, there was never really any day of my life where he wasn't around. And he was there to motivate us. He had time for the children. And he was saying, the children are the future leaders and the future revolutionaries. He said, you must therefore be prepared. That's why you remember, for example, like as we were growing up, SWAPO Pioneer Movement, they said our motto was to study, to work, and to fight, you know. And he said, and to do that you must, and they said, we must be the royal defenders of the Namibian revolution. Sam Nujoma embodied that. He walked that. He motivated us to work hard. He motivated us that our gun as children of the liberation struggle was education. And he took us through that ruthless lesson of never say die. He never accepted you to give him mediocre. He always wanted 100%. And he was very decisive and intentional about it. He motivated the children. He traveled many hours throughout the time we were in exile from Luanda to go and see the children either in Dalatandu or in Kwanza, or even in Ludima, where I last then at the end of the liberation struggle, where I went to study.
Ludima in Congo.
You know, in Congo, in Ludima, Congo, and he was always there, make time for the children, motivate them, inspire upon them, and actually impress upon them that Namibia is their golden prize, and therefore we need to be ready to govern when the time comes. He was truly a people's person, very charismatic, very dynamic, an orator that I think was just so unmatched.
And you're living that passion now. You're a member of parliament, so the lesson did hit home. Yes. Now, of course, he was the first president of this country, and as the first president, he had to navigate a young democracy, a country that had hitherto never known democracy. What were some of the key challenges you think that he faced at the time?
I felt that he would probably had the most difficult task of state formation. I mean, this is the first president of the republic. There was never any Republic of Namibia before that, and I think
never a democracy.
And never a democracy. There was many of the young people would probably were too young to remember that Namibia was under colonial oppression and apartheid regime, a regime that dehumanizes humanity, that demonizes people, and say that only a minority could then survive and thrive. And President Nujoma had to lead a team of dynamic leaders, such as the Moses Gareb and many others that I remember that were surrounding him, to dismantle the apartheid institution, the apartheid government and institution, and create, programs and policies and laws that bring about freedom and independence. Because remember, when freedom and independence was proclaimed, that is only in the act, but it needed to be deconstructed institutionally, and therefore the whole strategic leadership that I think he provided to dismantle that, but also not to hurt other people. He looked at a Namibia that was larger than individuals, that was larger than himself, and he brought people together, warring parties, the people who perpetuated apartheid, policies, regimes, and hurt that many people are still feeling today. He brought them together with the people who suffered the atrocities of apartheid and
created this policy of his of national reconciliation. That was part of
he
it.
He created that policy of national reconciliation, and a lot of people look at it like it's some kind of somehow it's just so small, but the intensity that was there, and also global interest. Remember that Namibia is a big mining country. It has got a lot of wealth. A lot of people did not want to see independence of Namibia. There was a lot of behind-the-scene negotiation, maneuvering, securities. He almost had to probably have about 50 lives to survive that, and he brought about that policy of national reconciliation where enemies and those who were waging the war of liberation come together and form one republic, that is Namibia, where the future of our children will be secured. And I think his legacy is really the formation of Namibia as a republic. And I like his famous, and the fact that he did it with profound style, passion, and compassion, and a never give up and never surrender attitude. I think it was just so dynamic to see. And he needed to navigate around many of those challenges. And of course, you have a country that came out of colonization where black people could not even have any decent jobs. They didn't have any means to economic other than the subsistence living lifestyle or being subservient, servants in people's houses and so on. So he had to bring about many other things, even some of the things as he was creating those policies. There were still some oppositions. For example, in some of the decisions he took, he just, like the University of Namibia, he did not only create these various campuses, he actually created the University of Namibia. You know, there was no university here. I think there was the academy, which was offering substandard, colonial legacy type of education. He wanted a university that was going to give world-class education to Namibian to be able to navigate the senses and the poles that are in the path for economic development, emancipation.
Yeah. One of his mantras was always the peace and stability that Namibia had. Would you say this was a direct result of the policies that he brought about? Because things could very easily have gone the other way. As we saw at the independence of Algeria, things went the other way. But here, he reached out a hand of reconciliation, and he always preached about peace and stability.
Yeah. A lot of people don't actually understand that the reason that we are able to express ourselves today and live in peace and harmony, it is true there are many challenges today, but it's also true that peace and stability, and he needed to create institutions that also guarantees that peace and stability, that there was 3 pillars of state, the legislation, judiciary, and the executive, that there were other institutions that are thriving, that supports the state, the creation of the state, the Republic of Namibia. And he guarded that peace with profound humility, but also with vigor and readiness. It all boils down to creating that level of peace and stability. Because and as a president of SWAPO, that is probably one of the most sacred responsibility that was given to us. Because when we went into exile and fought for this country, our fight was always about, liberating Namibia so that Namibians can enjoy the fruits of our independence. And so much relied on the country to be peaceful, territorial integrity to be watched over and guarded, so that in future nobody, and as he said, never again shall Namibians be provoked by imperial agendas. And that I will always love him for that.
Yeah, absolutely. What was his leadership style like? How would you describe it?
You see, having seen him as a child, growing up in exile, and then I saw him as a president, as a student, then I saw him as an economic player, like as a CEO and so on, and then I saw him as well in his retirement. His leadership style was about Nujoma led by being very decisive. He was very decisive, but he was also very inspiring. And the reason why you have all these great leaders that we're remembering today, including President Hakagengo, President Pohamba, and many, many others like the Moses Garebs and many, many others, is because he led by, he invocom. He involved everybody and he communicated. But at the end of the day, he was very, very direct, very decisive. He took that decision. And I think maybe that is one thing that we need to learn from, because sometimes we, in life, and especially now as we're governing, we analyze things until we paralyze things, And for him, the things that are easy could always be handled by other people, his ministers, his members of political, members of Central Committee. But the things that were between worse and absolutely insane, the president, they always go to the president's desk, and he was just very direct and very decisive. And when he said we must move this side, we move in that direction. And he led with that in his mind. But he also didn't allow to be, as a leader of a country and as a leader of the party, he didn't allow people to walk over him. One thing that was very central to him, and I think this is probably, it ties in with his decisiveness, is he had the people of Namibia in his heart.
Yes.
Every decision he took as a leader, as a president, he always said that we are in business of leadership because of the people of Namibia. And therefore, the sovereign are the first people we must think about, and they come first. And we will always, we should always be concerned with how are they going to be impacted by the decisions that we are taking.
You represent that demographic that, shall we say, is called the youth.
Yeah.
Okay, that important demographic, the future leaders of this country. What lessons do you think that demographic can draw from the leadership of Sam Nujoma?
I think Sam Nujoma's leadership lessons are very profound and very deep and very life-changing. He talks about the greater good of society. He talks about humility. He talks about learning. But he also talks about getting up. Even when you fall, keep getting up. Keep getting up, and it does not, systems do not necessarily have to be perfect. Resources do not always be there, but we must get up and keep moving forward against all odds. And he always talk about the impossible things. I mean, look at when he was talking about taking water from the DRC. Look, and because he was saying Namibia is dry, and we have the Great Lakes with, tons and tons of water. When he started talking about the construction of the railway from Tsumeb to the north, people were like saying, President, you can't just build a railway with trolleys and rakes and hose. But the president said that there is nothing that is impossible for us to achieve. And I think that is at the centerpiece of his thesis, that he looked at adversity and he feels that nothing can outdo a determined soul. As long as you have that determined soul, he said, adversity is not insurmountable to climb.
Yeah.
And I think that is his greatest lesson to the youth.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
It was not in his vocabulary. Dr. Apidi, do you have any personal anecdotes that you would like to share with us, or that you can share with us?
So many of them, but I'll probably just
go ahead.
When I was a kid, like in Exile, we went to Kwanza, and
Kwanza in southern
Kwanza
Angola.
in Angola, in the camps. President Nujoma came up, and we were in kindergarten. He was shaking all the kids, and then there was always these kitchens, different kitchens for different people, the elders. He said, and what he did, kind of like, dividing people, where you have these elders have this kitchen, the other ones have the other kitchen. So President Nujoma just told one of the guys who was driving a tractor, he said, listen, get into that tractor now. He got into it, said, destroy all the other kitchens. So there must only be one kitchen, because everybody in the struggle must subscribe to the same standard, except only the children, ourselves, of course, who were like just above toddler years, but except the children, but everyone else must be equal. We are all equal in the struggle, whether you are a commander, you are whatever you were. He created a system that was very, sort of a standardized system where everyone is equal and everyone will be heard. And for me, I just really love that part of him where he would relate to people without making them feel bad. I remember, once upon a time we were developing a product, like one of the the product in my previous company, and it's a private company for that matter, with private shareholders. And then I went to see him. He said, "No, this is not good. You must think big. I'm not going to come there if this is the concept. I'm not going to come. I want to see a powerful dream, something. Think beyond what you're thinking. You're thinking too small." And cut the long story short, he just, we changed the concept, and the president showed up, and really he was just amazing. He had charisma that could not.
He was very charismatic. He was known for his charisma, especially when he didn't read a speech and read off the cuff. He became very passionate about what he was saying.
He was an orator.
Yes.
And he loved reading. I think he's someone who also proves that you can really educate yourself by just reading. He was such an orator of unmatched quality. And he would just tell you all these great theories about the Mao Zedongs, the big leaders like the Agostinho Netos, the Kenneth Kaunda, and the Patrice Lumumba, the big personalities that created the Kwame Nkrumah, who was one of his Pan-African politics. He was a strong in the Cabral, America, and many others. So he was such a complete leader. He was such. And if there is something I think we can learn from him, is to actually replicate quite a lot of that leadership. And for me, Sam Nujoma Leadership Academy would be very dynamic to look at really what the men stood for, and I think being in leadership, it's all about a business of the people of Namibia, and nothing else.
How do you think he would like to be remembered?
First of all, the kind of person that I know, and a lot of us are really profoundly bereaved today, and as we go on into the future, but he would not want us to mourn him. He would want us to celebrate life and celebrate him and celebrate the greater Namibian project. I think that President Nujoma would not, it's not even how he would want to be remembered. He would want to be remembered as a person who took a torch from the earlier forefathers, culminating in his sending off by Hosea Kutako into exile, a journey of danger and mystery, and with no guarantee of return, just for freedom and independence. And I feel the project to create SWAPO was that project to bring about freedom and independence. Final now, one final time. And President Nujoma led through the dangers, the mysteries, the good times, the bad times, the enemies that could not be matched. I think he would want to be remembered. And then eventually delivering freedom and independence. And that is a legacy that no one, he's the embodiment of our freedom and independence, and that no one can take away from him. I think that is his profound legacy.
And we, as a nation, are you saying we should honor that legacy?
We should remember that legacy. We should honor it. But the best way to honor that legacy is to live a life of humility, but also a life of giving, a life of being true to who we are as Namibian, to never sell out the Namibian revolution and Namibian liberation and the Namibian independence, and to always continue to be the keeper of our democracy. And most importantly, to ensure that we do not create different economic systems as we currently have. We need to deconstruct all that legacy that makes one man superior over another. Like the way we have our people, for example, living in shacks, while others are not living in shacks. You have other people that the haves and then they have not. Namibia has the Gini coefficient is much more unequal than any other country.
Unequal in the world.
And the same Nujoma legacy is that legacy that says that we must deconstruct all negativities with humility and help the most vulnerable people of our country, so that they too can enjoy that freedom and independence.
Absolutely.
And that is his profound legacy.
Dr. Toby Alpindi, thank you very much.
Thank you so very much.
And that was Dr. Toby Alpindi, as I said earlier, Member of Parliament, but also a child that was brought up in exile under the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma.
The first president of independent Namibia. As the co-founder and leader of the Southwest Africa's People's Organization, SWAPO, Sam Nujoma spearheaded the country's 30-year military and diplomatic campaign attacking South Africa's illegal presence in what was at the time called Southwest Africa. In the process, Sam Nujoma emerged as the personification of the Namibian independence struggle. It took many years of revolt and warfare for Namibia to gain its independence from South Africa, and during the years of revolt and warfare, between 20,000 and 25,000 people died. In this episode of African Biographics, we cover the story of Sam Nujoma, Namibia's first president, and how that country eventually achieved independence from South Africa. Namibia, which was called German Southwest Africa and then simply Southwest Africa, had been colonized by Imperial Germany during the scramble for Africa. Following the end of the First World War and under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, Germany surrendered its colonies to the Allies, and in December of 1920, German Southwest Africa was entrusted to South Africa to administer on behalf of the newly formed League of Nations. South Africa was expected to have full administration and legislative control over the territory until the people of the country were ready to take this responsibility upon themselves. What then transpired was that South Africa administered the territory in the same way the main imperial powers, Britain and France, had treated their African colonies. After the Second World War, the League of Nations was transformed into the United Nations, but South Africa refused to place Southwest Africa under the United Nations or to recognize that the United Nations had jurisdiction on the territory. 1948 saw the National Party in South Africa successfully grab power and saw the same apartheid laws that this regime effected in South Africa were also introduced in Southwest Africa. These laws prevented black Namibians from having any political rights as well as restricted social and economic freedoms. In 1949, South Africa virtually incorporated Southwest Africa into the Union of South Africa as fifth province, and the South African government simply stopped providing the United Nations with annual reports of its administration of the territory. This move was tantamount to annexation. Economic integration of Southwest Africa soon followed, and most of the country's wealth, which was derived from its vast mineral resources, was diverted to South Africa. It was these mineral resources that encouraged and motivated South Africa to try and hold on to the territory throughout the many years of revolution. Inevitably, Namibians, who had a long history of resisting colonialism, finally rebelled. On 10 December 1959, mass protests against apartheid were held in the capital, Windhoek. This is because in this instance, South Africa's officials tried to relocate the black population from the Windhoek into the township of Katutura, and so public discontent grew, spawning an open protest. During this demonstration, police opened fire on protesters. Several people were injured and some were tragically killed. This event signaled a major growth of nationalist opposition in Southwest Africa. Prior to this event, the Ovamboland People's Congress was formed in 1957 in Cape Town, South Africa by Namibians working in South Africa. This organization was under the leadership of Andimba Toivo. The OPC hoped to abolish the South African pass system, which required black laborers to seek official permission before moving from one job to another. The system also forced them to accept lower wages and lower jobs than their white Southwest African counterparts.
Colonialism was terrible here in Namibia. African children were taught that they have half a brain to those of the whites. And apartheid here.
In 1959, Toyivo ya Toyivo persuaded Sam Nujoma to extend the activities of the OPC to Windhoek, Southwest Africa, by starting the Ovamboland People's Organization. This was the same year that the black people in Windhoek had been ordered to move from the old location that had housed them for generations to Katutura, the place where no one lives. Let me give you a brief background on Sam Nujoma. The man known as Samuel Shafishuna Daniel Nujoma was born on the 12th of May 1929 in the Okanjera district of Ovamboland in northern Southwest Africa. During this time, as was the case in South Africa itself, the compulsory education enjoyed by both rural and urban white children was denied to black students. In 1943, Sam Nujoma moved to Walvis Bay, the coastal city, to live with an aunt, and a few years later, in 1949, Nujoma moved to the country's capital, Windhoek. Here, Nujoma attended night classes at St. Barnabas Anglican Mission, and so he was able to achieve an 8th grade education. This was all while working for the South African Railways during the day. Nujoma's daily activities at South African Railways consisted almost entirely of sweeping floors and making tea. Although this work offered him little intellectual stimulation, he is possessed the chance to become a labor union organizer. One notable event in his career as an organizer came after a fellow worker was sent home without compensation following a serious injury. So Nujoma tried to form a trade union for the railwaymen to stop such things from occurring, but his political activities cost him his job in 1957, but not before he built a useful network of friends with similar interests. That's how he connected to activists like Andimba Toyivo ya Toyivo, the founder of the Ovamboland People's Congress. When Sam Nujoma joined politics, the Ovamboland People's Organization that he had formed in Windhoek in conjunction with Toyivo ya Toyivo quickly swelled, attracting so many non-Ovambo members. This indicated that the movement had now transcended the tribal lines, and so the organization's name was changed to the Southwest African People's Organization, SWAPO. SWAPO's aim was to fight colonial rule and to abolish the policies of separate development and separate education for blacks and whites. At the meeting held at Old Location, Sam Nujoma was accompanied by a chanting crowd of supporters. This meeting was where he first proposed Southwest Africa's independence to white government officials. Unsurprisingly, his suggestion angered the government and brought with it incessant attention from the police, who began to follow Nujoma's every move. Sam Nujoma was subsequently arrested for his role in organizing the resistance. As the situation for him in Southwest Africa had become somewhat dangerous, Nujoma and other SWAPO members went into exile. From exile, they commenced an energetic campaign to thrust the plight of the Namibian people into the international spotlight. In 1961, Sam Nujoma established SWAPO headquarters in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Nujoma then spent the next 5 years on a diplomatic offensive, traveling throughout Africa and Europe in search of support for his organization and the Namibian struggle for independence. This was at the time where numerous nationalist movements were preparing for armed struggle against white minority regimes across Southern Africa. But Nujoma initially undertook a different approach to achieving Namibian liberation. And so he orchestrated a campaign of international diplomacy directed at triggering the United Nations to enter into the Namibian political process. Unfortunately, this yielded little to no results for him and SWAPO aside from statements of sympathy and solidarity. As a result, Nujoma and SWAPO decided that the only way to achieve independence was to turn to the armed struggle. Sam Nujoma and SWAPO formed a military wing called the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, PLAN, and the first battle between PLAN and South African forces took place in August of 1966. During this first clash, a small group of poorly armed PLAN soldiers fought against military helicopters and professional soldiers of South Africa, so the odds were heavily against them. Apart from heavy casualty on Plan's side, this action was followed by the accelerated approval of the Terrorist Act in Southwest Africa. This law was then used during a trial against 35 SWAPO members who had been arrested shortly after the first fight. Those convicts were imprisoned in the infamous Robben Island prison where Nelson Mandela spent many years. But it was not all doom and gloom for Nujoma and SWAPO. What this conflict did was that it brought the attention of the international community to SWAPO and the armed struggle. Plan had its arms supplied by the Soviet Union and other Eastern Bloc countries, and the forces conducted localized and sporadic attacks against South African interests in Southwest Africa. It's worth mentioning that during the 1960s, Angola, Namibia's other neighbor, was still a Portuguese colony. What that meant was that any supply lines to friendly neighbors were too long for the Plan forces to get enough weapons and aid to start a serious military campaign. It was a logistical nightmare for Plan's forces to mobilize in an effective manner. However, this did not deter Plan. As they were faced with the logistical problems, Nujoma and the SWAPO leadership moved their center of operations twice, eventually setting up base in Zambia. But all was not well in SWAPO. A few cracks started emerging. SWAPO started having internal squabbles and altercations, which did little to help in the struggle for independence. This is because Nujoma and the leadership in Exile developed a political culture that discouraged debate and criticism. Anyone who dared voice their opposing opinion was labeled as disloyal. This restrictive political climate aimed to silence criticisms of leadership. Sam Nujoma proved well adept at silencing dissent within the movement. When SWAPO members demanded more democratic procedures, a clear indication that he and SWAPO's top brass were moving towards authoritarianism occurred in the mid-1970s when idealistic radicals of the SWAPO Youth League revolted against the top SWAPO leadership, which was now operating from Exile in Zambia. Nujoma crashed the challenge to his authority by invoking Zambian military assistance to arrest and detain the dissidents. Thereafter, strict hierarchy and party discipline were established. Another dark chapter in SWAPO's history came in the form of atrocities committed by its members in its detention camps in Angola, notably in Lubango. So those suspected of subversive behavior were arrested by Plan and kept at detention centers including Lubango. People were detained inside the camps, brought to interrogation, tortured and abused until they signed a confession. They were fed minimally and many died of malnourishment or disease. Nearly 700 of these prisoners were never accounted for. I guess for SWAPO and Plan here, they felt that cracking down on the spies was a way to maintain order and ensure that the struggle would be a success. All of this was collateral damage. Meanwhile, deteriorating conditions in Southwest Africa resulted in increases in signs of public dissatisfaction with the apartheid regime. On 13 December 1971, more than 13,000 employees began a strike. The main reason for the strike was the unequal position of black workers in the labor market. The strike ended within a few weeks, but the promises made during the negotiations never came to fruition. And so in the 1970s and 1980s, several other strikes ensued. On the liberation front, SWAPO had a small victory for its movement. This was because on the 12th of December 1973, the organization was recognized by the United Nations as the only official representative of the people of Namibia. With the collapse of the Portuguese colonial rule in Angola, Nujoma negotiated the establishment of Plan bases in southern Angola. This would make logistics way much easier for them. Newly independent Angola had a socialist government that was being supported by the Soviet Union and Cuba. Now that they had better supply lines, Plan and SWAPO were able to launch a serious guerrilla warfare campaign.
We adopted guerrilla warfare tactics. Like Mao Zedong said that when the enemy advances, you retreat. When the enemy retire, you attack. This is precisely what we did.
The South Africans retaliated by attacking the rebel bases across the border, including a strike into Zambia, which forced the Zambians to be more unwilling to support SWAPO. Thousands of young Namibians determined to take to arms crossed the border into Angola to join the ranks of SWAPO in exile. Sam Nujoma also stepped up the pressure with a more intense military campaign within Southwest Africa itself from 1978 through 1984. In turn, South Africa escalated the conflict toward a more conventional war, leading to a series of defeats for Plan. One of the most horrific attacks occurred on the 4th of May 1978. This brutal attack by South Africa on Plan was called the Battle of Kasinga or the Kasinga Massacre. In this operation, the South African Air Force flew over Kasinga, a Namibian refugee camp in southern Angola. The airborne troops bombed SWAPO's refugee camp and Plan's military base. The bombing was followed by ground forces to complete the massacre. More than 600 Namibians, mostly women and children, were massacred by the South African Defence Forces airborne troops, and hundreds more were injured. A United Nations delegation that visited Kasinga a few days after the tragic event reported that what the South Africans did was criminal in legal terms and savage in moral terms. One more thing I have to mention is that this struggle was occurring during the same time that the Angolan Civil War was taking place. It was also during the Cold War and saw several superpowers had vested interests in the political affairs of this region. Several countries became embroiled in this Angolan Civil War and by extension the battle for Namibian independence. In 1987, the war in Angola increased rapidly after South Africa gave support to UNITA, which was led by Jonas Savimbi. Here, the plan by South Africa was to destabilize Angola and its socialist government, in turn disrupting SWAPO and Plan's military activities. The battle that was now taking place in Angola quickly developed into an arms duel between the South African and Cuban artillery. Cuban forces had come to Angola to support the ruling party, the MPLA, in their battle against UNITA. The fighting in southern Angola reached a climax in 1988 but ended with a stalemate in the town of Cuito-Cunavale. Both sides involved in the war claimed victory in what was at the time described as the largest battle in Africa since the end of the Second World War. But after this intense battle, all sides seemed to have emerged keener for a settlement. Everyone was just tired at this point. Concurrently, there were other developments happening on the international stage from a diplomacy point of view. In the 1980s, political pressure was mounting on apartheid South Africa. For example, the United Nations formed a Western contact group of influential Western powers in order to put pressure on South Africa to grant Namibia independence. Also at the same time, the Soviet Union, who had been supporting the Angolan government, had also decided that it was time to withdraw its support. So now, with the Soviet Union scaling back its support for liberation movements around the globe, and with South Africa increasingly isolated, the Western Contact Group devised a plan calling for a ceasefire. This plan included a phased withdrawal of South African forces and one-person, one-vote elections in Namibia under the supervision of the United Nations. As I mentioned before, South Africa was becoming more isolated internationally and the cost of military intervention was increasing. So the South African government realized that if they got out of Namibia at that point, they could set some terms for Namibia's independence and protect South African business interests in the territory. A comprehensive peace agreement was finally reached in 1988. Ending 3 decades in exile, Sam Nujoma returned to Namibia in September of 1989 to enter the political struggle for the future of his country, Namibia. During his long years in exile, when he was dependent on communist support, Nujoma often called for a socialist government for Namibia. Although he continued to insist that the new government would undertake land reform and redistribute wealth to the black majority, during the election campaign, he went out of his way to reassure the white population in Namibia that their rights would be protected and that he would not impose one-party rule. SWAPO won just over 57% of the total vote, ensuring that Nujoma would be chosen by the Constituent Assembly to lead Namibia into independence. And so on 21 March 1990, Namibia became independent, with guests such as the then South African President F.W. de Klerk and USA and Russian foreign ministers. Upon assuming the presidency of independent Namibia, Sam Nujoma proclaimed national reconciliation and nation building as his priorities. In 1994, he was re-elected president, and in 1998, the SWAPO-controlled parliament agreed to amend the constitution, allowing Nujoma to run for a third term. The move drew international and domestic criticism, but Nujoma easily won re-election in 1999. He later announced that he would not run for a fourth term, and in 2005 he stepped down from office, allowing for a peaceful transfer of power to his democratically elected successor Hifikepunye Pohamba, also from SWAPO. Sam Nujoma stepped down from his position as president of SWAPO in 2007. Sam Nujoma is considered as being one of the fathers of the African independence struggle. Let me know in the comment section below what your thoughts are regarding Sam Nujoma and Namibia's struggle for independence from apartheid South Africa. Don't forget to like and share the video if you enjoyed it. Thank you all for tuning in. This has been Tatenda for African Biographics. Until next time, cheers. Have a good one.
Welcome back, and we continue to reflect on the life and times of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, speaking to various individuals who have worked closely with him over the years. One of those individuals is Ben Amathila, who was a key figure in Namibia's liberation struggle and post-independence governance. As a senior SWAPO leader, he played an important role in shaping Namibia's economic and political landscape during the early years of independence. With his extensive experience in government, Amathila witnessed firsthand the leadership of Sam Nujoma, both as a freedom fighter and as Namibia's first president. In this interview, Amathila joins us to reflect on his interactions with Nujoma, the challenges of transitioning from liberation to governance, and the legacy of Namibia's founding president. Ben Amathila, thank you so much for making time to join us.
Thank you very much.
I think a good start to this conversation would be to share your reflections on what has transpired, and what has affected all of us as a country.
Well, let me see whether I will have the courage, let alone the wisdom to reflect timelessly of what happened. A big tree has fallen. A tree which was the anchor of our peace and political stability in this country has fallen. I had the privilege of visiting Comrade Nujoma a day before yesterday. I think it was Friday. And I watched him lying there, the once active person, thinker, strategist who led us to freedom. I watched him lying there, motionless. And I realized, in spite of the fact that I wanted him to continue fighting, that it was only a matter of time and he will leave us. A tree has fallen, a very big tree, but one gets the feeling that its branches will continue lying, spreading or spread over the soil of Namibia. The trunk of this tree will resemble the people of Namibia who came to know Sam Nujoma trust him, believe in him, the branches will resemble his wife, his children. Oh. And those who stayed and worked together with him to make Namibia what it is today. Yes, a big tree has fallen. It brings about a challenge of those who knew him and believe in him to carry the torch forward. The nation has not been built yet. We are halfway in building the nation. The problem has not been solved, all of them. We solve only one problem, that is the independence that we attain. But in the structure of our liberation struggle, we thought we were going to bequeath this to a young generation to continue with the struggle of providing bread, shelter, and to know each other so that Namibia becomes a united people to carry the battles forward. Now that the tree has fallen, we don't know. We don't know.
Uncle Ben, talk to us. Let's take your time.
That's right.
Let's go back a bit in history. And the first encounter that you had with the late founding president, what did you make of him when you first met this man that you probably heard before, and many Namibians at that time knew that he was on a path of wanting to see not only himself but the rest of the country be liberated from the brutal apartheid regime of South Africa? Talk to us about that.
You see, I met Comrade Nujoma. I did not get that feel that we knew the role he was going to play or the role all of us were going to play. That was 1946. He was a young man, slightly slim, taller. He came from Ovamboland, the then Ovamboland. He stayed at our place in Tsumeb. Passed on to Wolfish Bay. We had the privilege to see him again. He was working at a Norwegian factory where they killed wolfish, those big fishes, processing them into oil and things of the sort. Then from there he moved on to Windhoek. He was a man who easily adapted and adjusted to the circumstances that he found himself. Having come from the north, obviously he could not speak most of the languages spoken in the police zone. But very soon he was associating himself with Ochiherero-speaking people, Nama-speaking people. And that gave him the ability to mold and to try to mold others to his ideas, and he adapted to their ideas. He became a railway worker in Windhoek, and occasionally he would travel to Cape Town. And some of the best thinkers of the oppressed people lived in Cape Town. That is the Yatoivos, Jacob Kuhangwas, the Amela Polises. And they had a feeling that Namibia must be free and led to independence. But they were in Cape Town, they could not come and do it to share those ideas. So Nujoma, being on the railway line, traveling from time to time to Cape Town, kept on bringing some of these ideas And the people around Windhoek, that was the nucleus of the people who had the privilege of knowing there was a mandate system over the territory of Southwest Africa. Some of us didn't know even when we were at school and had the best education that time, best education in comparative terms to all the other blacks, from a school called the Augustinium. This mandate system and the obligation of South Africa to lead us to independence was hidden away from us. It was the time when Michael Scott came here from Botswana, had a discussions with the Chiefs Council and Usia Kutaku, that the process started. Nujoma, being the president of OPO, joined the others in demanding and sending joint petitions to the United Nations, demanding that Namibia or Southwest Africa be put under the mandatory system of the United Nations, or trustee system of the United Nations. And that led to mobilizing people in Windhoek not to attend to the beer halls and the bus services of the municipality, with the argument that this money collected from them was being used to build the location called Katutura. There was a march which they mobilized. Moses Karwa was a member of SWAN at the time, talked to the people to stand up. In December the 10th, there was a shooting. And after the shooting, obviously, he was a marked man. And he has to flee first to Ovamboland. And then the practice was the South Africans will just press a button, tell the chiefs to detain you, and sometimes to ill-treat you, and sometimes you disappear. He came back well resolved that the best battle he can fight is to leave the country, to go and fight for the liberation of his countries and its people. But before he does that, somebody who became later a very, very good buddy, friend, and ally was Oliver Tambo. Oliver Tambo came here as a lawyer from South Africa to come and defend Nujoma at the courts for being persecuted for the role he played on December 10. But Oliver was not allowed to practice. He was stopped here at Eros, and on the ground that, or they claimed that he didn't have a permit to practice in Southwest Africa. He was put on a plane, sent back to South Africa. So the legal defense that we thought will be defending Nujoma has evaporated. And that was at the time that in February 1960, Nujoma left this country. Now, I think that formed the basis of the very good relationship between Oliver Tambo and Nujoma in exile, to the extent that even after independence, Nujoma took a delegation, I was part of the delegation, to travel to Benoni, to the grave of Oliver Tambo as a friend, a colleague. And he was a father to all of us, Oliver Tambo. He was a father. He did so much trying to bring the fighters from Namibia and the fighters from South Africa. That's now Oliver Tambo to treat them as his children. That was quite remarkable. When Tambo, Becky, and the others came, they found that foundation laid of Oliver Tambo, the father to all the children of South Africa and Namibia. Hence, the good relationship between ANC and SWAPO and the battles that we fought together to liberate both South Africa and Namibia.
Yeah. South Africa at that time was a military might on the continent, and perhaps also one of the strongest, military, had strongest militaries in the world. And the fact that this young man from Wanganjera, who was herding cattle growing up, had this vision of saying, look, we will take you on. No matter what it takes, we will take you on. At what point did you look at Sam Nujoma and say, this man is something extraordinary, and bought into the idea of also getting into the struggle for Namibia's independence?
Yeah, this young man, he was older than myself. I won't be able to call him young man, but he was a young man from Wanganjera who professed he was going to put the oppressors in his places. There was a time when, especially in 1956, when the Suez Canal crisis broke out, Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt destroyed all the ships which were in the Suez Canal. And no ships would pass through the Suez Canal, be from Europe or from Asia. And ships from those places have to go around South Africa. And South Africa became the darling of the West. South Africa got all the weapons, all the supports from the West, because it was said that they were protecting the sea route around the Cape of Good Hope. Now, what it meant, I know that the French provided them the Mirages, and the Italians, Saracens tanks, and the British provided them the Buccaneers and all kind of weapons. South Africa didn't run short of weapons. The only thing that they were short of is it was only 1.5 million whites who were trusted to use these weapons, until later when the wars increased, that they realized that a black man with a gun can also kill a white man. It's only then that South Africa started recruiting blacks, both in Natal and in Namibia, to fight the battles against. But the point is, South Africa was the largest and the strongest military force in the country, on the continent. After the Egyptians' forces were destroyed by combined forces of the French, the Israelites, the British, South Africa became the force. Now, for Namibia or for SWAPO or for Namibia, for Sam Nujoma, to dare taking on this force, it sometimes boggles my mind. Didn't we think properly? Were this information hidden from us? But it would appear to me it's the desire, the urge to independence. If you look at the way that Nujoma went about, we couldn't make weapons, as Nyerere was saying. All we could use was possibly just bow and arrows. Now, bow and arrows, whom could you shoot? The other guy will shoot you half a kilometer away, and a bow and arrow will just end somewhere over there. We couldn't manufacture these weapons. And those independent states were only getting them on conditions they will not pass this on to other nations, to so-called guerrillas or terrorists. Now, Nujoma to develop the idea of bringing the first weapon from Algeria in a bag. Okay, the security at airports was a bit lapse. Via Egypt to Dar es Salaam to become the seat of the first weapon that we use I remember in 1965, when I have to travel to the then Ovamboland to meet the commander of this first group of people who came. And I was not convinced. I told them that, look, that was John Otto Nankudu. I didn't think that with those 6 pieces of guns, you could take on the formidable South African force. I was skeptical. And he told me one of the Mao Zedong's quotation that the army marches and swim among the people, and with the support of the people, they will get all these weapons from the people. I said, but here, the army is only for the whites. How do you get the what you call it? So that must be praised and lauded, the courage that Nujoma had. And I'm told that after Kwame Nkrumah called for those colonized people to liberate themselves, a meeting was held in Dar es Salaam where the leaders of the liberation movements were called to find out who was ready to go and fight for the liberation. Now, I think the first group which was called in the country mind, Swan was more popular than SWAP at the time. Swan was called in. The question was raised whether they are ready to start fighting. Their answer was that, look, they have to call the people at home and find out whether this is an appropriate thing to do. Nujoma was called in. Nujoma didn't bother to call. He said, yes. But he didn't have the people, he didn't have the guns, all the guns needed. Now it shows the character of a person who was dying to do something that apparently from childhood onward he dreamed he was going to do to liberate the country. Now some of us, I found myself traveling to the north to try and see whether we could get some 500 people out of Ovamboland, took through Okaoko to the Atlantic Ocean to be picked up by ship in the hope of creating the nucleus of the fighters who were going to liberate Namibia. So some of the things were not planned, but they were showing just one direction, and that is determination. He was fed up with the system. He saw his people suffering. He saw his people dying because of one group of people who thought they were more blessed than the others, and that they had the right to kill and maim. And so that was the man that Nujoma, once he came to the point of believing in something, convinced that it's the right thing to do, you'll not steer him away from the course.
Uncle Ben, as we wrap up this conversation, young people are watching this as well. You and others, when you took up arms, were extremely young. Perhaps also knowing that the road that you were embarking upon will result in some of you not making it. What lessons can we draw from your generation in helping achieve the second phase of the struggle, which is economic emancipation?
To the young people, there are two things that maybe I need to mention. One is Nujoma has been very true to his words. He promised something, he will try to live up to and live up to the promise. Let me come back to that later. In 1969, after the first battles and most of our people were arrested and detained in Pretoria, we started realizing that, look, we thought we were going to win these battles, this war, just overnight. It's going to take time. And it was decided that what we cannot achieve now, the young generation must be prepared, equipped to continue until it's been achieved. we start counting on our youth. A youth league was created, a women league was created, and an elders council was created. That maybe all of us, those who were outside, will not return or come back home alive. Those are the people who are supposed to continue from the pioneers to continue fighting these battles. Now, which battles are left over? The country has been liberated. Thanks to Comrade Nujoma, who denied himself, and others who denied themselves everything in order for others to go to school, to get educated, and things of the sort. But we did not yet succeeded to put bread on each and everyone's table, provide accommodation to each and everyone, to create hospitals in walk-up distance to each and everyone. Now those are or were the issues that we thought, when we fail, the young people have to take over and continue until all people of this country attain those objectives brought about by SWAPO. The structure of SWAPO was, we may not reach back home, but let the young generation, let them get the best of education, but let them fight as fast and hard as they can to make sure that the remaining things that we did not complete are carried out and successfully carried out.
Uncle Ben, thank you so much for making time to come share the various facets of men we all knew. And I always say that, wherever you see the picture of Sam Savishvili Nujoma, you automatically think Namibia. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And condolences. It's been Amathila, close friend and comrade of the late founding president, sharing his very profound and close memories as to how he met the founding president and how they were able to contribute to the liberation of Namibia. Stay tuned. After the short break, Nora Paulus will be speaking to the Director General of the NBC, Stanley Similo.
Good morning and welcome back. If you've just tuned in, you are watching the live broadcast of the life and times of the late President Sam Nujoma, who died yesterday. With in the studio, we have one of our guests, Mr. Stanley Similo. He started his broadcasting career at the NBC shortly before independence. And then he left to go into the corporate world, where he became the CEO of various corporations, companies outside of the NBC. He returned to the NBC as the Director General this time around in October 2015. Mr. Similo, welcome and thank you very much for being here.
Always a pleasure, Nora, even though the day is not a good one, but yes, thank you.
When the late president died, our third president, Dr. Haji Jengob, died last year in February, the NBC put up a world-class coverage and production of his funeral and the events leading up to the funeral. Accolades were coming in from all over the world. People who watched online, people neighboring states. The accolades were just pouring in. That NBC was second to none or on a par with the best of them. How ready is the NBC for this momentous occasion?
Yeah, no, thank you very much for the recognition in that regard. Look, at the time, it was really like a daunting task for us, as I said previously. We had to pull out all stops to make sure that we give the coverage necessary that would resonate with what the late stood for. Now, on your question regarding the news that we've just received a few hours ago from President Angula Mbumba, I think our state of readiness is formally, properly in place. And just for your benefit, on Thursday we were attending the unveiling of the book, I think Whispers of Freedom. I was with the chairman of the board, Mr. Lazarus Jacobs, and he was commenting also on the production because that was done live as well. And then he reminded me that, DG, be mindful that we are sitting with a very sensitive position currently, and I hope that as the corporation that is now the NBC for both radio, TV and online, that we will not let the nation down. I gave him the assurance to say, Chairman, we've been speaking, we've been looking at what we did great during the third president's broadcast, in order for us also to learn some of the mistakes that we might have picked up so that we can improve on that. So I can give you 100% assurance that we are as ready as we can be. And in fact, just about 2 hours back, I was meeting with the senior management teams within the editorial position of NBC, technical and support, where we were discussing the type of approach that we will be taking in making sure that we do make sure that Namibians and those beyond are properly informed. And we did identify all key people that we believe should form part of this journey as we are moving towards the process which I am aware that President Angula Mbumba will announce. So on the basis of that, already from our end, we really have made sure technically that we are as ready as can be. And then some of the challenges that we might have been facing, which would have been behind the scenes, we're hoping to iron them, all of them out as well. So I am very, very, very confident that yes, we should be able to do the same.
What measures have you put in place to relay the arrangements, at least the coverage of the funeral, to broadcasters in the SADC region?
That information is going out within the next hour, because remember the announcement just came through a few hours ago. And then as president of SABA, that's another role that I appreciate in, I'm due to release a statement to my counterparts throughout SADC and on the continent and beyond to inform them. Already as we speak now, Mr. Peter Deng, who is the head of news, was informing me there's already about 3, 4, 5 entities that are saying that, look, we need to collaborate and work together in making sure that the person of the stature of the founding, that his passing is relayed at a global stage. So that process is running quite very well. And also because of the relations that we are already having with all major networks throughout the globe, we are able to also to share information with them as well.
During the late President Agia's funeral, the NBC had state-of-the-art equipment where they were able to give running commentary from a truck as it was driving, and several other innovative features like that. Can we expect the same? And where do you still have the equipment, or?
Sorry that I'm laughing. We've been having that, and in fact, as of 2024 September, October, we transitioned from normal analog, which would have been digital, to high definition, which is known as HD. Hence NBC 1 and 2. If you look at it now, it's so HD. So that is with us. And then in terms of the equipment that we've used at the time, this is equipment that we've had. You can have the best of equipment, but if you do not know how to use it and deploy it and apply it, it may mean absolutely nothing. And this then rests on the capability of the technical teams that we are having. These are great Namibians who are working at the NBC that make people like myself, most probably, and the board and our ministers to feel proud. We appear to be tall because we're standing on shoulders of people like yourselves. I mean, I was reminiscing about today as I was coming through, because I saw you earlier on interviewing Dr. Toby, and I was saying, for me, it's again one of those periods in my life where I also have to personally reflect on where we came from up to where we are. Today, yes, we are ready. Everything is here. You would have seen that there's been major changes in terms of how our visuals look on air and things like those here. So these are here. We might need 1 or 2 gadgets here and there, but normally you only get them in when the need arises. But 98% of what we've been using at the time, it is still with us.
Fantastic. I'd like to take you back now to 1990 and the transition from SWABC, this colonial mouthpiece, to the new dispensation and the new Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, with the Broadcasting Act that had just been passed. How difficult was that transition?
It was quite a very trying period, and it's good that you are raising it, because remember, internally in the country, we were led by leaders like the late Witbooi, Chongarero, Bessinger, the late Nick and them. So when the transition came with the arrival of the Prime Minister to lead the process, people like yourself, Nora Polas, Charles Mubita, Penny Kunde, Asser Ntinda, Mark Verban, I might be missing out the names here, but you all then came in and we dovetailed. And I distinctly remember one of the things that was immediately done. Dr. Mubita read the 8 o'clock news for 3 months non-stop. And that was a cultural shock for Namibia, because from those that were not used to seeing without
faces.
sounding offensive, black faces. It was something like, how do we deal with this now? And that transition, then in the newsroom, there were two groups. There was the Mubita, Nora Apollos, Penny Ukunde, Argentina group versus the Piet van der Woofens and all of those. But that transition worked very well. And I think at the time, the late H.H., who was Minister of Information, was the one driving the portfolio of information and broadcasting. But I think we got through well through that. And through the leadership of the founding, we were then exposed to countries like Kenya to go and visit the Tanzanias so that we could see in Zimbabwe, in Zambia, how other African countries were handling broadcasts generally. And also, if we look at Voice of Namibia, many of you were part of what was happening there. So that whole transition, it took a bit of, sometimes heavy wrestling in the newsroom. But the thing that was key and which needs to be attributed to the founding was the policy of national reconciliation. Because the message that came through at the time was that, look, Namibia is here for all of them who are staying in it. So for those that were excluded at the time, it was time for those that have been there to also make way and make sure that the transition works very well. And for me in particular, I was a camera person at the time, and I think for a period of about 6 to 8, 9 months, I was exclusively traveling with the late founding and the late Prime Minister. And I remember I remember my first trip with the founding. We had to go to Botswana, and then from Botswana to Zimbabwe, and then from Zimbabwe, I think it was to Tanzania. Now, on that trip at the time, the government was very new, and the presidency were making use of a Learjet that belonged to, I think, Nampower. So we were seated there, and I remember that the Anjamba, who's now ambassador in Germany, we were in the plane. He came and said, Similo, the president said you must come and sit with him. Nora, I was shaking. Proximity to the founding, I was shaking. So when I got there, he was just peeling an orange. I said, yes, Similo, sit. Yes, tell me about Namibia. I was shaking. I didn't even hear what he was saying because I was concentrating on this figure of an individual that we would just read about, see in the newspapers and all of that. Then I said, but he's a cool dude. A cool dude.
How was he to work with?
Very nice. Very, very, very nice. He would always make sure that us from the media were accommodated properly, because sometimes you would find that the people around him would want to muscle you around. And I remember an incident at State House then. So I had to report because we were curtailed. We couldn't do the things that we would want to. And he came personally. And he said that, look, people, please, the media is the platform through which offices like the ones of the president can talk to everybody. So within the bounds of being fair, you need to grant them access to things that they want. And since that day, we have had a great, great, great relationship. And I think Tate Kaulinge, who was then the secretary to, I think Permanent Secretary, yeah, was the one dealing with us and all of that, and Saki Gikemba as well. So from then on, the relationship just blossomed, and we had that relationship with him. And remember, he was quite a strict person, time-driven. If you have to deliver something, he would expect you to do that.
In a nutshell, how do you think he would like to be remembered, and what would you say his legacy is?
I think he was firm on the position around making sure that all Namibians feel free and that they belong. That was one of his key points. He would always talk about in Namibia, those who wouldn't want to be with us within a setting that is free, he told them they would know themselves what to do. And incidentally, when I came this morning, one of the songs that played was a Nina Simone song. I wish, something like, I wish I could know what freedom is. And as the song was playing, so I just had to think about all these things. Yeah. So he was a leader who could take decisions.
As a last question, Mr. Similo, you lived through, especially working for an institution like SWABC, which came with all its constraints because it was a mouthpiece for the apartheid government. What difference did you feel when it made the transition to NBC? Was there any difference?
Well, it was pitying our white colleagues who struggled with the aspect of understanding that Namibia is for everybody. And I remember also with the coverage of the 1989 elections, that whole period, the euphoria, the happiness that people had. Many of these guys that were within the newsroom setting already started taking their belongings and started resigning and going. So I think there was a lot of trauma. And then when your generation came to come and assist, remodel what's the newsroom, what broadcasting in general should look like, we then started seeing a different way of doing things. I remember for radio, Miss Laina Manasseh was then also at the time appointed into a senior position within radio itself. And then the transition happened, and we all just discovered that, but there was really no reason why people had to be hostile. But you will also know that in our newsroom setup, we would have these sporadic fights, people voicing unhappiness, mostly through the change that came through. But what has been happening then is that the representation of everybody in the country then became something that we all could be very, very, very proud of. And I think that's the legacy that we've been living through up to where we are today.
Mr. Similo, thank you very much for joining us on the set.
Always a pleasure. And thank you very much for allowing us to inform the nation that we are as ready as we can. And then also for those that we will be contacting to form part of our interview panels, please, we would want them to come and honor the late founding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was the Director General of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. And of course, you have the coverage of the funeral, state funeral, obviously, of the late President Sam Nujoma to look forward to. And we will be bringing you live coverage of the life and times of President Nujoma throughout the days and every day up to the time of his burial.
Welcome back to the rolling broadcast dedicated to the life and times of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, who died yesterday. I'm Jonas Mbambo, and of course joined by Nora Apollos in this event.
Yes, Jonas, indeed. We've had some very interesting guests in the studio, on set. And we've had people like Ben Amathila, who was a comrade in arms. You saw he became very emotional. We had Angula, who was the chairperson of the Sam Nujoma Foundation. We also had Helmut Angula,
yes.
who was another friend, comrade in arms of Dr. Nujoma. And these people all gave little glimpses at who this man was. They also showed us what kind of a leader Nujoma was. Dr. Tobia Opindi, for instance, spoke about how decisive he was, that he always took a decision, he stood by that decision, right or wrong, he defended it and he took it. So basically, it has given our viewers a look at the person behind the persona.
Absolutely, and as we said earlier on, that as the days and pass by, a lot of people will still be coming in on this platform, perhaps even sharing some very deep and unknown stories about the. Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
but so far, it's been a humbling experience to hear firsthand from individuals that have interacted with him in different ways, and to understand that the man that we just saw as the president, the first president of this country, was also a father to everyone. Was also caring, as you pointed out, while you were sharing your own personal experiences with him.
Yeah. Indeed, and we hope to bring more experiences. There will be more people coming to talk to us about who this man was, who this great leader was. But for now, Jonas and I are signing off until next time. Our colleague, Mr. Kadembire, will be taking you through the next segment.
In the meantime, let's take a look at the story of Dr. Sam Nujoma during Namibia's struggle against apartheid.
Goodbye.
Namibia's bitter 100-year struggle against colonial rule came to an end on 21 March 1990 when Nujoma was sworn in as the first president of independent Namibia. As the co-founder and leader of the Southwest Africa's People's Organization, SWAPO, Sam Nujoma spearheaded the country's 30-year military and diplomatic campaign attacking South Africa's illegal presence in what was at the time called Southwest Africa. In the process, Sam Nujoma emerged as the personification of the Namibian independence struggle. It took many years of revolt and warfare for Namibia to gain its independence from South Africa, and during the years of revolt and warfare, between 20,000 and 25,000 people died. In this episode of African Biographics, we cover the story of Sam Nujoma, Namibia's first president, and how that country eventually achieved independence from South Africa. Namibia, which was called German Southwest Africa and then simply Southwest Africa, had been colonized by Imperial Germany during the scramble for Africa. Following the end of the First World War and under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, Germany surrendered its colonies to the Allies, and in December of 1920, German Southwest Africa was entrusted to South Africa to administer on behalf of the newly formed League of Nations. South Africa was expected to have full administration and legislative control over the territory until the people of the country were ready to take this responsibility upon themselves. What then transpired was that South Africa administered the territory in the same way the main imperial powers, Britain and France, had treated their African colonies. After the Second World War, the League of Nations was transformed into the United Nations, but South Africa refused to place Southwest Africa under the United Nations or to recognize that the United Nations had jurisdiction on the territory. 1948 saw the National Party in South Africa successfully grab power, and so the same apartheid laws that this regime effected in South Africa were also introduced in Southwest Africa. These laws prevented black Namibians from having any political rights as well as restricted social and economic freedoms. In 1949, South Africa virtually incorporated Southwest Africa into the Union of South Africa as a fifth province, and the South African government simply stopped providing the United Nations with annual reports of its administration of the territory. This move was tantamount to annexation. Economic integration of Southwest Africa soon followed, and most of the country's wealth, which was derived from its vast mineral resources, was diverted to South Africa. It was these mineral resources that encouraged and motivated South Africa to try and hold on to the territory throughout the many years of revolution. Inevitably, Namibians, who had a long history of resisting colonialism, finally rebelled. On 10 December 1959, mass protests against apartheid were held in the capital, Windhoek. This is because in this instance, South Africa's officials tried to relocate the black population from the center of Windhoek into the township of Katutura, and so public discontent grew, spawning an open protest. During this demonstration, police opened fire on protesters. Several people were injured and some were tragically killed. This event signaled a major growth of nationalist opposition in Southwest Africa. Prior to this event, the Ovamboland People's Congress had been formed in 1957 in Cape Town, South Africa by Namibians working in South Africa. This organization was under the leadership of Andimba Toivo ya Toivo. The OPC hoped to abolish the South African pass system, which required black laborers to seek official permission before moving from one job to another. The system also forced them to accept lower wages and lower level jobs than their white Southwest African counterparts.
Colonialism was terrible here in Namibia. African children were taught that they have half a brain to those of the whites. And apartheid.
1959.
A very good morning, and here are your news highlights with me, Johnny Konja. Thank you so much for joining us. It is a particularly dark day for Namibia as Namibia's founding president has died. His death was announced by President Angula earlier today. Let's listen to that announcement.
Fellow Namibians, the foundation of the Republic of Namibia have been shaken. Over the past 3 weeks, the founding president of the Republic of Namibia and founding father of the Namibian nation was hospitalized for medical treatment and medical observation due to ill health. Unfortunately, this time, the most gallant son of our land could not recover from his illness. It is therefore with utmost sorrow and sadness that I make the announcement this morning, the 9th of February 2025, to the Namibian people, our African brothers and sisters, and to the world at large about the passing of our revered freedom fighter and the revolutionary leader, His Excellency Dr. Shafishuna Nujoma. President Nujoma passed on at the age of 95 on the 8th of February at 23 hours 45 minutes in Windhoek, Namibia. Our founding father lived a long and consequential life, during which he served the people of this country he so much loved. Our founding father heroically marshaled the Namibian people during the darkest hours of our liberation struggle until the attainment of freedom and independence on the 21st of March, 1990. As founding president, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma provided maximum leadership to our nation and spared no effort to motivate each and every Namibian to build a country that would stand tall and proud among the nations of the world. In that vein, our revered leader, Dr. Nujoma, did not only blaze the trail to freedom, but he also inspired us to rise to our feet and to become masters of this vast land of our ancestors. During this period of national mourning, we should be comforted by the unmatched leadership and extraordinary contribution of President Nujoma to the liberation struggle, the development, and unity of the Namibian people. I would like to thank the medical staff who cared diligently for our treasured leader. Also, I would like to thank Namibians and friends of Namibia who extended messages and prayers of recovery to our founding father and founding president, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. On behalf of the people and the government of the Republic of Namibia, I convey my sincere condolences to the founding First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, Her Excellency Madam Kovambo Nujoma, also to Honorable Utoni Nujoma, Minister, the Nujoma children, as well as the entire Nujoma and Kondombolo family. Following consultation with the Nujoma and Kondombolo families, the government of the Republic of Namibia will announce a period of national mourning and burial arrangements. May God bless the Republic of Namibia, and I thank you for listening to me.
The passing of Dr. Sam Nujoma, the inaugural president and essential figure in the country's liberation from apartheid South Africa, has occasioned heartfelt tributes from leaders across Africa and the globe. Now, the Namibia's president-elect Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah honored Nujoma's visionary leadership and dedication to liberation and nation building. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa expressed that his deep sorrow, stating Africa has lost a monumental figure whose life has transcended borders. Zimbabwe's President Emmerson Mnangagwa reflected on their shared history, noting that Dr. Nujoma was not just a neighbor, but a brother in the struggle against colonial oppression. Cuban ambassador to Namibia that said that the world lost an icon of the fight against apartheid and a great unconditional friend of Cuba. The embassy sends condolences to the family. The leader of official opposition party, that is McHenry Venani, has described the late President Dr. Sam Nujoma as a petitioner of Namibia's modern democracy and a statement of note. He said that Dr. Nujoma is a decisive leader who gave his all to ensure the freedom of Namibia.
It is with great sense of loss and profound condolences to the Nujoma nuclear family, his dear wife Kovambo Nujoma, the children Nefuo and Tony Nujoma, and the entire republic of our country, and to the ruling party that he has led for so many years. with empathy and sympathy that we convey our condolences. President Sam Nujoma was an indefatigable leader of our modern times, a tireless fighter for freedom of our country and our people, a petitioner for our freedom, a political statesman of note, a doyen of our country's modern democracy, a man who has given it all, his time, energy, and wits for the struggle and the emancipation of our people. Sam Nujoma was a heroic figure in our people's struggle for freedom. He led the struggle. He led against many odds. Us who have been able to engage him during his presidency, I was very lucky to have served as a member of parliament while he was the head of state of this country, have seen him on the political stage on how he conducted himself. Nujoma was a man who was hardworking. Of all the leaders of the ruling party, he was the most decisive leader I've ever seen in our country. When he had to take a decision, right or wrong, Nujoma would take that decision. I've learned something from him, and as a person who has grown under many of their tutelage, and him so, I've learned something from him that I can say I've learned from Nujoma, is to know how to take a decision. And that was one of his greatest strengths. Nujoma worked tirelessly to build bridges and to unite a divided country after independence. I remember vividly the day that he arrived back in the country, April in 1989, and since then, his first homestead in Karatura, where he left in Vanaheda, in the subsequent years when he went to State House. I remember fondly our first meeting on one-on-one that was engineered by my late friend Hage Gaingo. Then when I wanted to have a meeting, him and Hage Gaingo were not on good speaking terms. But I asked Gaingo that I wanted to meet Nujoma on one-on-one. That's earliest 2004. And he arranged for me to engage him. And I remember that meeting, our first one-on-one, and the rest is history. But I'll find time to talk about the real Nujoma, who was very cold to his adversaries, but a man who was very calculated in engaging people that he considered not his dearest.
That is the leader of the official opposition party, McHenry Venani, speaking there. Meanwhile, another politician giving his early reaction was former Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources, Helmut Angula, saying that the founding president was a stern believer in education.
You must go to school. You must study. Get the necessary technology so that we can face the enemy.
So education would have been one of his legacies?
Indeed. He was always emphasizing education. Education. Training. So all of those of us, many of us were still youngsters and who were protesting to wanting to go for military training, guerrilla warfare training. I said, no, the time will come. The time will come. Don't rush. Go first. Go and study.
With the passing of the death of the founding president, the NBC News team made a turn at the Atunda farm where they spoke to workers and community members on the legacy and memories late Nujoma left behind. It was a somber mood, and they spoke highly of a man who had the Atunda community's interest at heart. They considered him as a father and a grandfather. Atunda farm is situated 33 kilometers to Otavi. The Nujoma family have set up a service station, clinic, restaurant, open market and a primary school to alleviate the burden of workers traveling long distances to access services at Otavi or Shivarongo. We will bring you more reaction from the Atunda in our 1 o'clock bulletin. You're still watching the news highlights. Now, the chairperson of the Sam Nujoma Foundation, Nahas Angula, says the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, will be remembered as a Pan-Africanist of note, a nationalist and freedom fighter.
Sam Nujoma was a Pan-Africanist, a freedom fighter, a nationalist, and his values and his ideals should resonate with all the young people of today, that out of nowhere you age and become a formidable leader, like what happened to Sam Nujoma. He was just a railway worker, but he understood the need for somebody to dedicate his whole youth, his life, his adult life to the struggle for his people.
That concludes the news highlights at this hour. Stay tuned for the special broadcast in memory of late founding president Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma right here on NBC. Of course, that is coming up, as well as the 1 o'clock news bulletin right here on NBC. Thanks for watching. Until next time.
Namibia's bitter 100-year struggle against colonial rule came to an end on 21 March 1990 when Sam Nujoma was sworn in as the first president of independent Namibia. As the co-founder and leader of the Southwest Africa's People's Organization, SWAPO, Sam Nujoma spearheaded the country's 30-year military and diplomatic campaign attacking South Africa's illegal presence in what was at the time called Southwest Africa. In the process, Sam Nujoma emerged as the personification of the Namibian independence struggle. It took many years of revolt and warfare for Namibia to gain its independence from South Africa, and during the years of revolt and warfare, between 20,000 and 25,000 people died. In this episode of African Biographics, we cover the story of Sam Nujoma, Namibia's first president, and how that country eventually achieved independence from South Africa. Namibia, which was called German Southwest Africa and then simply Southwest Africa, had been colonized by Imperial Germany during the scramble for Africa. Following the end of the First World War and under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, Germany surrendered its colonies to the Allies, and in December of 1920, German Southwest Africa was entrusted to South Africa to administer on behalf of the newly formed League of Nations. South Africa was expected to have full administration and legislative control over the territory until the people of the country were ready to take this responsibility upon themselves. What then transpired was that South Africa administered the territory in the same way the main imperial powers, Britain and France, had treated their African colonies. After the Second World War, the League of Nations was transformed into the United Nations, but South Africa refused to place Southwest Africa under the United Nations or to recognize that the United Nations had jurisdiction on the territory. 1948 saw the National Party in South Africa successfully grab power, and saw the same apartheid laws that this regime effected in South Africa were also introduced in Southwest Africa. These laws prevented black Namibians from having any political rights, as well as restricted social and economic freedoms. In 1949, South Africa virtually incorporated Southwest Africa into the Union of South Africa as a fifth province, and the South African government simply stopped providing the United Nations with annual reports of its administration of the territory. This move was tantamount to annexation. Economic integration of Southwest Africa soon followed, and most of the country's wealth, which was derived from its vast mineral resources, was diverted to South Africa. It was these mineral resources that encouraged and motivated South Africa to try and hold on to the territory throughout the many years of revolution. Inevitably, Namibians, who had a long history of resisting colonialism, finally rebelled. On 10 December 1959, mass protests against apartheid were held in the capital, Windhoek. This is because in this instance, South Africa's officials tried to relocate the black population from the center of Windhoek into the township of
One can just imagine what tensions he must have experienced and must be very relieved that it's all over. And on the face of our President-elect,
the President of the
you can
Republic
see
of Namibia, Excellencies, distinguished dignitaries, it is now my honor and pleasure to call upon the Secretary General of the United Nations, Dr. Javier Perez de Cuellar, to swear in the President of the Republic of Namibia. The Secretary General.
Mr. Nujoma's last few moments as President-elect of the Republic of Namibia. To be sworn in by the Secretary General of the United Nations.
Your Excellency, it is a great pleasure and honor for me, in my capacity as Secretary General of the United Nations, to administer to you the oath of your high office in terms of Article 30 of the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia. Could you therefore place your left hand on the Constitution which is before you and repeat after me. I, Sam Nujoma, do hereby swear.
I, Sam Nujoma, do hereby swear
that I will strive to the best of my ability
that I will strive to the best of my ability
to uphold, protect, and to defend as the supreme law,
to uphold, protect, and defend as the supreme law
the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia,
the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia,
and faithfully to obey and execute
and faithfully to obey and execute
and administer the laws of the Republic of Namibia,
and administer the laws of the Republic of Namibia,
that I will protect the independence, sovereignty,
that I will protect the independence, sovereignty,
territorial integrity, and the material and spiritual resources of the Republic of Namibia,
territorial integrity, and the material and spiritual resources of the Republic of Namibia,
and that I will endeavor to the best of my ability
and that I will endeavor to the best of my ability
to ensure justice for all the inhabitants of the Republic of Namibia,
to ensure justice for all the inhabitants of the Republic of Namibia.
So help me God.
So help me God.
May I now ask Your Excellency to sign the oath you have just taken, whereafter I shall also sign it. May I now extend my very heartiest congratulations to you on assuming your high office.
Thank you very much.
Distinguished dignitaries, it is now my honor and pleasure to call upon His Excellency Mr. Sam Nujoma, President of the Republic of Namibia, to deliver his inaugural speech. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Master of Ceremony, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished guests, Dear compatriots, ladies and gentlemen, for the Namibian people and for myself, this day, the 21st of March, 1990, is the most memorable and indeed the most emotional moment in the annals of our history. The solemn hour is the moment which our people have been waiting for more than a century. This is the day for which tens of thousands of Namibian patriots laid down their lives, shed their precious blood, suffered imprisonment, and a difficult life in exile. Today our hearts are filled with a great joy and a jubilation because our deepest and longest yearning has been realized. Honorable Master of Ceremonies, sir, for the past 43 years or so, this land of our forebears has been a bone of contention between the people of Namibia and the international community on one hand, and South Africa on the other. The Namibian problem has been at the center of bitter international dispute over the last 4 decades. The United Nations and other international bodies produce huge volumes of resolutions in an attempt to resolve the intractable problem. However, it pleases me to state that we are gathered here today not to pass yet another resolution, but to celebrate the dawn of a new era in this land and to proclaim to the world that the new star has risen on the African continent. Africa's last colony is from this hour liberated. It is therefore profoundly momentous of highly joys for the Namibian people and myself that the highest representative of the international community, the Secretary General of the United Nations, together with the State President of South Africa and the Namibian nation, which I am honored to lead, are able to announce here today to the world that a definitive and a final solution to the protracted Namibian problem has indeed been unanimously reached by these three parties. For the Namibian people, the realization of our most cherished goal, namely the independence of our country and freedom of our people, is a fitting tribute to the heroism and the tenacity with which our people fought for this long-awaited day. We have been sustained in our difficult struggle by the powerful force of conviction in the rightness and justness of our cause. Today, history has observed us. Our vision of a democratic state of Namibia has been translated into a reality. With regard to the international community, the achievement of Namibia's independence today is, we believe, a welcome and laudable culmination of many years of consistent support for our cause. The world's demand for our country to be allowed to exercise its right to self-determination and independence has been achieved. We express our most sincere gratitude to the international community for its steadfast support. As for the government of South Africa, it can be said that the decision to accept the implementation of Resolution 435 has been the first demonstration of political will to find a negotiated solution to the problems of our region. Furthermore, President de Klerk's proclamation here today that South Africa has reached a final and irreversible decision to relinquish control over Namibia is an act of statesmanship and realism. This, we hope, will continue to unfold in South Africa itself. Honorable Master of Ceremony, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, compatriots, ladies and gentlemen, I seize this opportunity to point out that the protracted process of negotiating an agreement on Resolution 435 and struggling for its implementation has been difficult and at times acrimonious. It was only perseverance, forbearance, and commitment which helped us to see the process through to its logical conclusion, namely the birth of the Namibian nation we are here to witness. Against this background, it is heartening for the Namibian people and I to know that our independence has been achieved under conditions of national consensus and international unanimity. The impressive presence here today of so many world leaders and other dignitaries is a clear testimony to the fact that Namibia's achievement of independence is an event of great world importance. For us, this is yet another reason for celebration. With respect to the important question of national consensus, I'm glad to announce that following the independence elections last November, the various Namibia political parties have been able to work together in the Constituent Assembly, where we formulated and adopted a constitution acceptable to the broad majority of our people. Against this background, Honorable Master of Ceremony, distinguished guests, and their compatriots, I'm indebted to the Namibian electorate for giving SWAPO an absolute majority, thereby enabling it to form the first government of the Republic of Namibia. In the same vein, I'm grateful to the members of Namibia's Constituent Assembly for the confidence they have placed in me, electing me as the first president of the Republic of Namibia. I pledge to do my utmost to uphold the Constitution of the Republic and to honor the trust which the Namibian people have bestowed upon me to lead this new nation at this critical juncture. To the Namibian people, I would like to state on this solemn and historic occasion that our nation blazed the trail for freedom. It has arisen to its feet. As from today, we are the masters of this vast land of our ancestors. The destiny of this country is now fully in our own hands. We should therefore look forward to the future with the confidence and hope. Taking the destiny of this country in our own hands means, among other things, making a great effort to forge national identity and unity. Our collective security and prosperity depend on our unity of purpose and action. Unity is a precondition for peace and development. Without peace, it is not possible for the best and the talented citizens of our country to realize their potential. Our achievement of independence imposes upon us a heavy responsibility, not only to defend our hard-won liberty, but also to set for ourselves higher standards of equality, justice, and opportunity for all, without regard to race, creed, or color. These are the standards from which all we seek to emulate as shall draw inspiration. Master of Ceremonies said, in accepting the sacred responsibility which the Namibian people have placed upon me as the first President of the Republic of Namibia, I would like to bow and pay homage to our fallen heroes and heroines whose names Namibia's present and future generations will sing in songs of praise and whose martyrdom they will intone. In conclusion, I move in the name of our people to declare that Namibia is forever free, sovereign, and independent. I thank you.
You are tuned into live coverage of the life and times of our founding president, the father of the Namibian nation, who passed on yesterday. My name is Kadembire Dembruka, and it's a pleasure to join you this morning as we pay tribute to a statesman, as we pay tribute to a gallant freedom fighter. Tributes coming far and wide. This particular one that I want to read this morning is coming from the President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa. He is saying he extends his sympathies to the founding First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, Her Excellency, Madam Kovambo Nujoma, and the broader Nujoma and Kandombolo family. President Ramaphosa's thoughts are with the Namibian President, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, and the government of our northwestern neighbor, who are experiencing this loss 12 months following the passing of President Hage Geingob. President Ramaphosa said, and I quote, "As neighbors and compatriots, South Africa is united in grief with Namibians who have lost the leader of the Namibian revolution, who is inseparable from our own history of struggle and liberation. Dr. Sam Nujoma was an extraordinary freedom fighter who divided his revolutionary program between Namibia's own struggle against South African colonialism and the liberation of South Africa from apartheid. In exile and on home soil, he led the Ovambo People's Organization, SWAPO, the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, against the seemingly unshakable might of colonial and apartheid authorities and forces. Sam Nujoma inspired Namibian people to pride and resistance that belied the size of its population. Namibia's attainment of independence from South Africa in 1990 ignited in us the inevitability of our own liberation. President Nujoma's leadership of a free Namibia laid the foundation for solidarity and partnership between our two countries that they continue to share to this day, a partnership that will continue to deepen as neighbors and friends. We are grateful for the extended lifetime with which Dr. Sam Nujoma was blessed, and we are grateful for the manner in which he dedicated the many decades of his life to serving his nation. May his soul rest in peace, and may our neighbors find healing in his legacy." That message from President Cyril Ramaphosa. Earlier on this morning, President Nangolo Mbumba visited the residence of Dr. Sam Nujoma, where he commiserated with the former First Lady, Madam Kovambo Nujoma. Those pictures that you are seeing on your screens of the President and Madam Mbumba arriving at the residence. Earlier this morning at 2 o'clock, he obviously had that opportunity to reminisce, to also tell the Namibian nation that we are in mourning. The President being welcomed and ushered by the Minister of Labour, Utoni Nujoma, in that picture, and as well as the grandchildren of the founding president. Those pictures of President Nangolo Mbumba arriving at the residence of our late founding president, paying his respects to Madam Kovambo Nujoma and the immediate family. Earlier in the day, we also saw the Vice President and President-elect Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah also paying her respects as well. So those pictures from the residence of the Nujomas, just on the outskirts of Windhoek, the President being embraced by Madam Pendukeni Ivula Itana, former Cabinet Minister and SWAPO Secretary General. In the picture there, former Cabinet Minister Philemon Malema. Also in the picture, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Loere Kasingo. One of the facts about President Nangolo Mbumba is that he served as personal assistant to the SWAPO president in the 80s. So he worked very closely with Dr. Nujoma in the 80s in Exile. He was also the first cabinet secretary to that cabinet that was formed in the post-independence period by none other than the founding president. So they worked very closely in that first cabinet, but also he also had the pleasure of serving the president in subsequent cabinet appointments, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Finance, among some of the portfolios that President Angula Mbuba served in the Nujoma presidency. So the president having this responsibility to lead this nation again in mourning as we mark a period of mourning for our founding president. On the line, we are joined now by the president of the PDM, the president of and the official leader of the opposition, who's joining us from his farm, where he will also be talking to us and reminiscing about the former president. Oh, okay. We understand that McHenry Venani will be joining us slightly later on. But as we just saw those pictures of the president at the residence of the founding president, where he will be conferring with the Nujoma family in terms of the period of mourning, and obviously we will wait for the president to make an announcement to the nation a bit later in terms of the formality of this period. But earlier on, he announced the passing of the founding president to the world and to Namibians in particular, describing the late president as a stalwart of the liberation struggle. We will continue with more interviews as we invite guests to our studios to reflect on the life and times of our founding president, a figure that has been ever present in our lives for the past how many years? I mean, it has been a formidable period through which the founding president led us during the liberation struggle in the late 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, until we gained our independence in 1990. He was there in the formative period of our nationhood, serving as president for 15 years, and then as an elder statesman, guiding from the shadows and from behind the scenes, really, to ensure that that baton is taken over by other leaders that have continued to lead us in the post-independence period. So we will be reflecting on the life and times of this legendary figure through that prism of the liberation struggle as the last remaining African leader who led his nation to nationhood, to freedom. We are now delighted, as I stated, by none other than Honorable McHenry Venani, the official leader of the opposition, who will be reminiscing on the life and times of the founding president. Honorable McHenry Venani, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. You had the opportunity to serve with the president as a parliamentarian when, as we know, during his last 5 years as president of the nation. What do you remember about him?
Well, President Sam Nujoma is a man who has greatly used all his energy, wits, and courage to fight for our freedom and independence. Nujoma was a figure both in our heads, while young students would hear his name. We would hear the South African regime putting up propaganda posters that he's a wolf, he's not a human being. He was demonized by the regimes that was in the country because of his stoic support. I remember Nujoma when he arrived in Namibia in 1989, myself, Kawandenge, were at St. Barnabas pre-primary school, and that day, SWAPO for the first time shook Windhoek with the arrival of Sam Nujoma, and we started asking questions whether Nujoma was really a wolf or a human being. Of course, we knew then he was a human being because of his arrival in the country. Then he went and stayed in Wanaheda, right there. We went right in Karatura to stay there, and of course, with youngsters, we used to ride bikes. And for the first time, we saw a man riding in motorcades. The first leader in the country that had a motorcade. The first diesel motorcade of, I think, 3 black Mercedes-Benzes and a beige bulletproof car. You know, those are the times of '89. Later years, I remember Nujoma in the formative stages of our country. Nujoma was a leader who would take difficult decisions in difficult moments. And if there is something I have learned and copied from him, young politicians, is to take decisions. Nujoma can take a decision. He would fire a minister abruptly. If he doesn't want something, he would take a decision. What I only remember of him was Nujoma was not a very warm personality. He's not your typical President Mahamba style of leadership or Hage who would give hugs to adversaries. No, Nujoma was a very cold personality as a human being. But this one day, during a state banquet for diplomats, I became, that's the time 10 years ago that I became a leader of opposition, and I defeated RTP as the official opposition. And Nujoma walks to me and he said, "Hey, Comrade Venali," Nujoma calling me comrade, and he gave me a hug. "You did so well." So we were laughing about it, and I went and told the Hage Gang, "Hey, the big man gave me a hug. He's happy you defeated the RDP. That's why he gave you a hug." We were laughing about it. So that's the first time that I got a warm hug with President Nujoma. I'm reminiscing a time when we went to bury Nelson Mandela. I asked President Pohamba to give me a lift to the funeral. And Pohamba says, in his words, "Venani, I'll give you a lift, but one day when you become president, you must also remember that I gave you a lift. Even to other SWAPO leaders, you must give them a lift." So we joked about it. So Pohamba was very deliberate. He let me sit next to, just behind Nujoma, when now President Angula was SDO SWAPO, Angula, and many other people that went to South Africa. So at the lobby, we were supposed to land at the Waterkloof base, as the heads of states were landing there for the funeral, but there was a congestion of too many heads of state that arrived. So we had to land at Oliver Tambo Airport. So when we landed at Oliver Tambo, I and him went to the bathroom, and coming out of the bathroom, President Nujoma had a hat, a particular hat that he used to wear, but he put the hat the wrong way. So I just took liberty and said, "Oh, Dr. Nujoma, you are an old gentleman of old occasion. Even if the people used to call you a terrorist, you can't put your hat like that." So I went and started and I fixed his hat. And I saw the warmth of the man. And he said, "No, you're a very good politician. And when you talk to elders, you know how to communicate." So I was getting all this adoration from him. And Elia Gurare must live to tell this story. Elia Gurare was also with us during that delegation. And I think Hamid Karzai of Afghanistan walked towards our delegation because there were so many VIP leaders. So he walked and he greeted me. So Nujoma probably thought Ahmed Karzai knew me because I didn't know him. I just greeted him because he was just passing, and I stood up and greeted him. And Nujoma tells Gurare, and of all the politicians in the country, this guy is a dangerous politician. So Gurare came to me and told me, "You know what the old man says? He must say, he's telling us that we must guard you. You are a dangerous politician." I remember the first one-on-one meeting. President Hage Geingob would have lived to tell his story. I asked him that I wanted to meet Nujoma in 2004, one-on-one, on an interview that I wanted to conduct with him, but I'm so afraid that is he unapproachable? Is he? So I went to Sitendero. Sitendero said, "No, Nujoma, he's a very serious guy, but he's very approachable." So I went to Hage, and Hage was not giving him, "No, he knows about you. Don't think he doesn't know you. He knows you. He knows that," because that period, both of them didn't have a very cold, they had a very cold relationship because of the firing of Hage. But Hage engineered with State House for me to go and meet Nujoma. So when I walked in and started to do the recordings, because I was interviewing him about the lives and times of Kapoor, and my recorder was not working properly, and I was shaking. So when he walks into the room, young Vanani, how are you? You're a good patriot, da-da-da-da. And then my recorder was not working, so I was trying to fix it. And Nujoma says, when you come to people like us, you must come prepared. And I was shaking. And then after that, he just said, no, let's talk about the lives of Kapoor. Very interesting, one-on-one. And he was so much interested in, wanting to hear my views about the country, this, that, and the other. And that's the first encounter. The second encounter is that the Namibian troops came back from the DRC, but I was a very strong voice as the Secretary General of my party on the participation of Namibia's troops in the DRC. So Nujoma never forgot that I was fighting him vehemently in the DRC. So he asked Penani Chitendero, our speaker, to bring me along to a delegation, a parliamentary delegation that was going to State House. So I was asking the speaker, why must I go here now? The old men also want to come with me. So that day when we walk into the State House, we're talking about other matters, and he says, Young Vanani, in fact, I wanted to see you. I said, why didn't you invite me? He said, no. You are one of the reasons why you're here. I just wanted to tell you that you must be an Africanist. I like your politics, you're a great politician, but are you a Pan-Africanist? So I was lectured that day about Pan-Africanism, da-da-da-da. But Nujoma was our leader. We had to respect him. He brought freedom to our country. He played a pivotal role at the role of state formation, creating institutions of our country. The biggest low of his career probably was the third term, in our view, from the opposition, that I think it was unnecessary for him to demand a third term. He fought the third term very vehemently, but of course he got in his way. But you had to admire the man. The man was a doyen of country's statehood. He had a great extent in terms of bringing our independence, and we fondly remember him. What I can say is that the greatest light of our country has been with them. And the deepest point of our nation's sphere has become very dumb. And I think we have lost a great man who has done all for the people of his country and his nation. And we should celebrate a life well lived of a man who has walked through the epochs of time to bring about freedom to our people. An adversary of note, a leader that was political every day. Nujoma was a swap encyclopedia. He would tell you in historical events, in confidence, in a very encyclopedia manner on this is what happened, even during his old age. If you ask him, the decision that Swap to get a committee of the he will say, the reason why we took this decision is because of this NPCP. He knew the history of his party very well, and he was a man who knew the country very well and the history of the country very well. He had great respect for Chief Kapoor, he had great respect for Chief Sako, and he spoke very fondly of them and their contribution to the struggle of this country. And he was a man in a class of his own. He is unparalleled. There is no politician that you can compare with him. He had aura, he had charisma, he had ability to navigate difficult terrains, and was respected here at home and further afield. And for that we say, may his beautiful soul fly with the angels. We fondly remember a leader who stood for his people and country. Excellent.
Honorable Venani, maybe just on the aspect of national reconciliation, because he was a champion for national reconciliation at the onset of the post-independence period. And as we know, warring factions, warring parties were now able to see eye to eye. When you talk about the formation of the security cluster, for instance, where people that were erstwhile enemies now became a part of a cohesive unit, a cohesive structure after that independent period. Would you say that is one of his legacies that is worth admiring?
I would say it was a great attempt. I mean, the word national reconciliation was ushered by Nujoma when he addressed the SWAPO. The first time that I heard the word, it was in 1989 during the election campaign at the then Independence Stadium. It was called the Tatanban, or what was it called then. That's when we heard the word national reconciliation. We were wondering what is the meaning of it, because we're young people now. With national reconciliation, there was a great attempt from Nujoma, but I don't think it is his biggest achievement. I think his biggest achievement, his real legacy, is ushering freedom and justice to this country. With the national reconciliation, the attempts were very strong to bring about warring factions together, state formation, difficult period, but it is not really taken hold and taken root as we anticipated, but it is not his biggest achievement in my view. His biggest achievement, Nuyoma's name will be written in gold in the hallmarks of our country's history as bringing freedom, independence to this country.
Wouldn't you say that even in the post-independence period, the multi-party democracy system that we have is partly due to those roots, those ideals that they championed as the founding Republican fathers and mothers?
Well, I think that there he played a great role. There he played a great role at bringing parties together. But of course, every leader plays a particular role at a particular time. I think I would give that role much more greater to Hage Geingob in terms of multi-partyism, bringing parties together, negotiating instructions. Of course, it was under instruction of Nujoma, but Hage Geingob as the figure, the Constituent Assembly figure, would take a greater legacy of bringing multi-partyism, sophisticated democracy. But Nujoma can be remembered bigger than anything else, unparalleled with bringing us freedom in this country, state formation.
Excellent. So as we enter into what is likely to be a period of mourning, what would you think, or what would you say to Namibians out there in terms of this period and your expectations in terms of how we need to come together as Namibians to mourn such a heroic figure, but also at the same time celebrate his legacy?
As a country, we need to leave our differences aside and stand together in unison, extending at attention and honoring a man who has given it all for all of us to be in a country that we can call Namibia. A lot of actors played that role, but he led the role. And because he championed that role, the people of this country must stand together in unison. We stand together to a patriot, someone who brought state-rooted nations with their daughters. But we must be children of one country without looking at tribes. And as Namibians, the children of one house, we must show the world that we can, even in our biggest hours of challenges, electoral calls, what we have against each other, our country must stand in unison, in giving attention, standing at attention, and honoring a man who has stoically sacrificed for his people's country. Stand together, Namibians, and let's honor our hero who has done well for our country.
Thank you so much, Honorable Venani, for taking the time to talk to us this afternoon to reminisce on the life and times of our founding president.
Thank you very much.
As we have pointed out, the SWAPO Party Vice President and Vice President of the Republic and President-elect Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah has also extended her condolences to the Namibian nation. She wrote on her social media pages that with profound sorrow, I extend condolences to Namibia on the passing of our beloved founding president. His visionary leadership, dedication to liberation and national building laid the foundation for a free and united nation. Let us honor his legacy by upholding resilience, solidarity, and selfless service. Our thoughts are with his family and the grieving nation. She wrote that on her social media pages, but also took the time to visit the family. The first national leader to do so earlier this morning. We saw her accompanied by Lieutenant General retired Epaphras Denga-Ndaitwah earlier on this morning as they visited the Nujoma residence, accompanied by the Deputy Minister of Veteran Affairs, as well as Madam Eunice Pinge. We have also seen the President also making his way to the residence as well, and we saw those pictures that we showed you a bit earlier on. Our former First Lady, the third First Lady, Madam Monica Geingob, also paying tribute on her social media pages. She has put out a statement in which she said that Tatekulu symbolized who we are as a land of the brave. I always reflected on the privilege of being alive as someone, being alive at the same time as someone of his legendary stature. May his essence of his revolutionary spirit live forever. She extended her condolences to the former First Lady, Mekulu Kovambo Nujoma, the Nujoma family, and I think that Namibia would forever honor and cherish the legacy of the first head of state. We have seen Namibians from all walks of life gathering at Nujoma residence. We are also seeing members of the public also going to the traditional homestead of the former president in the north as well. And we are seeing those pictures on social media. Tributes coming far and wide from leaders here in the region, but also on the continent. We'll be hearing from them after this.
When the enemy advance, you retreat. When the enemy retire, you attack. This is precisely what we did. My dear wife, my dear children, my dear comrades, it is an honor for us to have this opportunity to meet. But an opportunity should always be for the future generation. We should not talk for our interest. My interest, first and foremost, is the unity of SADC, Southern Africa Development Corporation, to become part of the African Union with the headquarters in Addis Ababa. This was formed by great leaders. Now, here in Namibia, we must play a role, very simple one, and that is God has given us this land. The harbor of Walvis Bay today, is we are sitting here, is the harbor of SADC. Why? Because all the shipping line normally travel from the United States of America, Canada, and the whole of Europe. Normally pass through here, go to Cape Town to deliver goods for South Africa. But as we are talking here, oil that makes the ship to move, become expensive. The harbor of Walvis Bay is today the harbor of SADC and Africa as a whole. Now, it is therefore our duty and responsibility to make sure that every Namibia child attend the kindergarten, primary school, secondary school, and at the university level, in order for us to build a stronger nation. We believe that a united people striving to achieve common good for all members of the society will always emerge victorious. I thank you.
A united people who always emerge victorious. This afternoon, I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by Rauna Mutadi. He's a former president of the Namibia Exile Kids Association, one of those associations formed to keep the memory of the liberation struggle alive. Rauna, a very good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us in studio.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. So the Namibia Exile Kids Association, as I just prefaced, formed really to keep the memory of the liberation struggle alive, unite those kids that were born in this period of exile, to unite them while here at home. How would you remember the figure of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma as an exile kid?
First of all, my sincere, on behalf of the children of the liberation struggle, and on behalf of all the kids that are born in exile, our sincere condolences. May we all remain consoled of the passing away of our father. For us, it's not a president, it's a father. Losing a father in the house is the most difficult thing that you can ever get. May we all remain consoled. Comrade Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, by surprise, we all thought he's our father. We don't have any other fathers, especially those of us that were born and were bred in the camps. I'm telling you, this is a heartbeat of all of us. Sam Nujoma will come at the camps where, especially there is a group, the war when our parents, I think 1960s is the year they went. Some of us were born in the 70s. And we will be told, Sam Nujoma is coming to the camp, Angula. Sorry, I have to use that word. He's coming tomorrow. That's the only time you want to bath and look perfect. And you can even wear shoes that you don't even know which side of the shoes is it left or right, because we are so excited to see our father. So he will come. Sam Nujoma will make time for each and every one of us, especially in the 70s where we were in Dalatando. Most of us will relate. We're in Dalatando. We will line up, thousands of us.
And Dalatando is now in
Dalatando
Zambia.
is in Angola.
Okay.
Most of us were born in Angola, but we were transferred in Dalatando. Apparently, our parents were told, you didn't come here to get kids. You came here to fight. We are taking the kids to the camp. We grew up not knowing our fathers and mothers until independence. He will have time for each and every one. You report who did what to you. My comrade, Dr. Libertina Amathila is our testimony. And she will tell us, come and tell your father. She's coming tomorrow. Come and tell him what I did to you. I slapped you because you didn't bath. So when we are hearing that she's coming tomorrow, and being a child, you forgot that tomorrow is already today. And it's like, comrade Nujoma is on the door. We didn't bath. We have to apply Vaseline because just to look clean. So that is how a father figure will be. Coming back and fast forward, we went all to grow up in Kwanza Sul. Kwanza Sul, there were different camps, workers, education. That is where we grew up. The day he is coming, it's like you are seeing heaven. God is coming. The most thing he disciplined us on, unity and discipline. Royalty shall be our principle. And that is so our Father. So when we come, what did I tell you? He taught us this. Every time he comes, whether you are commanded or not, we are standing like this. It comes as an instinct. We are coming discipline, royalty, and principle. And you like, what did I tell you? Discipline, and you repeat it. So when we came back, we were told Namibia is independent. We are going back to Namibia. We have no clue. We have no clue what Namibia is. We have never been there. So we need to be rehabilitated. Where are you taking us to? No, to Namibia. What is Namibia? We have not. So they have to tell us that eventually they came to war and we have to go back. It was a whole mess. Some of us cried because we thought he's sending us where he's not coming back to. So he had to come back to Kwanza and tell us, I'm also going with you. We are all going back to our mothers and father. So that's when we realized, so you have a mother. We never knew that you have a mother and father. That is how a child's mind is. So we were told, so we were all, now it was during the repatriation process. We all came, but then we were on different age categories. Some went to Congo, Some went to Zambia, some went to Cuba, Czechoslovakia, Germany, Nigeria. We were all scattered. I think it was a way of, this guy was really meant, if he wasn't a leader, probably a president, to be a social worker. How we were meant to recollect ourselves so that we agreed to go. We could literally cry. We don't want to go to Namibia. We don't know what Namibia is. So we went. So I was one of them that were sent back to Zambia. We were probably the last group that repatriated in 1991. I was 13 years. When we came back, one of the things he taught us, when you go back there, you don't know anybody, enemy. He will say, I left that place because there is a lot of enemy. Don't be allowed to be taken by anybody. And we got so indoctrinated in the sense that when we went there, we arrived at the airport, journalists, my mom was one of the journalists. I've never seen her in my life. It's the first one. A journalist taking a picture of you, I'll hit you with a stone. Because that is how we trained us. Don't allow anybody to take any capture of you. Don't allow anybody to hold you. You know, that is the transition period. So we all arrived in Namibia. There was a school formed. It was People's Primary School. Yes. That is where we were all collected. Yes. In the sense that we could not integrate with the other kids. It was like, it was just something else, you know. So he managed to get us in that one school where we all unite each other. We found each other. Oh, you are also here, you are also here. It made us at ease, systematically. So when it made us at ease systematically, you street vendors there. They were selling bananas, mangoes, fruits. Back in Angola, back in Zambia, back in Czechoslovakia, back in wherever, especially those two, Zambia and Angola, we didn't used to exchange money with. We don't know money. So we pick up a banana, we eat. Every day, Sam Nujoma was coming to Vanainda's police station to come and get us because we were arrested by not paying. We still could not understand why are we arrested. So they had to tell the street vendors not to come at that school anymore, simply because we could not understand the selling and buying. So he will come and we all sit and whip. One police officer one day started whipping us one by one. And he got so furious that you don't hit my kid. And that is how we were brought up. So when we were brought up in that way that you could not hit this, it's simply because we don't know how to exchange money in exchange of commodity. So that time the state house was at Vanaida. One day they came to get us because you know when you are arrested, you're supposed to go back and you know the system. We all went, the whole school, we walked to the state house in Vanaida. We are looking for our father because this police officer want to arrest us. We don't know what we did. So that is the type of father figure that we had. Not knowing that on top of that, we have our own biological fathers that we didn't know. We really have no idea that we had our fathers besides him. So as we start growing up, we came and we started reporting, you know, because we are used to report every incident that happened. We go to the state house and report. So one day he said, wait a moment, these people are growing older. So he's the one who gave us an idea of forming up an association. I think it's to nurture us as well. Say, you know, as all of you, and when you are growing up, we started also having, you know, needs, and we are getting older. Some of us are getting kids. So that is how the association started. It started right in his office at the State House. That is now here in Robert Mugabe. He called us, and now he was no mercy. He's a guy with no mercy. He will tell, and he likes his fingernail. I tell you, from here, you don't go home. Go write everybody's names who's born in exile. And say, but Tate, I will not written by you. Don't tell me what I did. I'm old enough now. That was in 2000, I think. If it's not later than 2002. So we went out there and we wrote everybody, names and whatsoever. And he said, and I'm going to be your patron for the first time. I want, and every draft we did, he had a typewriter. It's not the computer, so you can delete and typewriter. When there is an error, you start over that letter. So we fast forward, we formed up the association. It has been running, and it was only formed in 2012, officially launched by him on the 25th of November. That is when he launched it. Comrade Sam Nujoma launched the association on the 25th of November. Exactly after he finished his speech, it was past 11 to 12. There was an announcement, his mother died. How we, you know, and we were all, we planned to go and have an after party with him. We were just told after parties at his house. We said, no, the after party can't be at his house. We have an after party for him, not knowing that his mother died immediately, just when he finished his speech. Sam Nujoma. So we all flocked to this where they're gathering right now is. Comrade Sam Nujoma decided, everybody, all the monarchs were there, but simply because it was our launch of our fowl, he made time for that whole hour while people are waiting to meet for us. This I'm just telling in the memory of children of the liberation struggle. There is nothing else that they have lost than today as kids that were raised by him. And may his soul rest in peace for all the children children of the liberation struggle who will never have an icon figure like the way we are lost today.
Yeah. No, Rauna, thank you so much for taking the time to really be strong on this day. We know that he meant so much to you, but more so, he meant so much to the entire nation. Yes. Thank you so much for joining us. Rauna Amutadi, reminiscing on the life and times that they shared with the founding president, the father of the Namibian nation. The children that were born during that bitter liberation struggle considered him their father, their personal father. They did not know any other father except Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, and obviously they are hurt and they are in sorrow during this moment and during this time. As I pointed out, tributes continue to flow far and wide. We've just seen a tribute from the Kenyan president, President Ruto. We've seen a tribute from Tanzania, a country that shared so much history during that liberation struggle of Southern Africa. And we'll be sharing those right after this. You're watching rolling coverage from the national broadcaster on the occasion of the passing of our founding president, father of the Namibian nation, the president at 2 o'clock in the morning, announcing to Namibians of the passing away of our dear leader. We have seen the vice president visiting the residence shortly after 10 o'clock this morning. We have seen President Bumba also visiting the Nujoma residence a bit earlier on and paying tribute in person, saying that President Nujoma spared no effort to motivate Namibians from all walks of life to build a country that will stand tall among nations of the world. We have also heard tributes from the leader of the official opposition, Honorable McHenry Venani, describing the late president as a petitioner for Namibia's modern democracy and a statesman of note. He said Dr. Nujoma was a decisive leader who gave all that he could to ensure the freedom of Namibians. So we continue to hear far and wide, but also from friends of Namibia, including this afternoon we are joined by a very close friend of Namibia. That's the Cuban ambassador, His Excellency Sergio Vigoa de la Uz, the Cuba's ambassador to Namibia, to reflect on the relationship between Namibia and Cuba, but also on that personal involvement of President Nujoma. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to express my feelings.
Let's start off first with your official statement on this occasion.
Well, we known about the sadness news about the passing of His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma. It was really a very sad news for Cuban people, Cuban government, and for all of us, because we have lost a very good friend of the Cuban government, the Cuban revolution. And we have to remember how close was Dr. Sam Nujoma from the Cuban Revolution since the beginning, and also how close was the Cuban government and the Cuban Revolution from the Namibian struggle against the apartheid regime. And for us is just to remember that we are not countries that are just friends. It's just who that was built during the struggle against the apartheid regime and the independence of Namibia. And we would like to express our heartfelt condolences to the government, to the people, to the friends, to the family of the founding president. And this is a feeling that we have not only from the Cuban government, but also from the Cuban people, from the Cuban residents here in Namibia, that we have a lot of residents here, and they have been in contact with us just to express their condolence also.
As we reflect, Ambassador, on that history, as you rightly pointed out, a history that has its roots with the fight for Namibians against apartheid and colonialism. Maybe if you can retrace those, why Cuba saw it important to get involved in a fight that was thousands of kilometers away. Why was it so important for Cuba to say the liberation of Namibia, the liberation of South Africa was something that was so important that you not only assisted with finance, but also assisted with the actual fighting on the ground?
Yes, it is, as you said, it's an island that is 12,000 kilometers from Namibia. But our commander-in-chief has a legacy in terms of the relationship between Cuba and Africa continent. And he said once that when we were involved in this those struggle for independence, not only for Namibia, Angola, South Africa, but so many countries from Africa, we were just paying a debt that we have with the Africans, because our nationality is conformed mainly for Africans. The Africans were the ones that first was fighting against the colonialists in Cuba. They were sending there as slaves, but they were the first that was fighting against the colonialists in Cuba. Then there was a debt that we have with the African continent. Then when we decided to come to participate in this struggle for the independence of Namibia, for the independence, the final independence of Angola at that time, and to lift the apartheid regime from South Africa, we were just doing something like it was from our heart. And I would like to remark that this friendship between Cuba and Namibia was not only during the independence struggle or after the independence struggle. It was many years before. I was remembering when the person that was here before me talking about when the Kasinga massacre. There were many adolescents that they get orphaned after this massacre, and many of them were sent to Cuba to recover from their mental and physical wounds, but also to prepare themselves to come back to Namibia and to work in the development of the Namibia in the future.
That's right after 1978.
It was
right?
in 1978, just when the massacre of Kasinga took place. The troops of Cubans was the first one that arrived to Kasinga campment, because they were about 17 kilometers from Kasinga campment, and they were the first one that go there and defeated the South African troops. And after that, the late President Sam Nujoma and our Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro talked about the possibility to send those young people, childs, to go to Cuba to recover from their wounds and also to prepare themselves. And there were many. At that time, I think were about 2,000 Namibians that were there, studying there for many years. They found there not only a possibility to study, but they found there also family in Cuba. And nowadays you can find many Namibians that can talk with the Cuban people as a family. And for us it's a privilege to be here as a diplomatic right now, because we feel very loved here in Namibia as a family.
So that was that particular aspect of the liberation struggle where Namibians were sent to Cuba, and many of them, obviously, in the post-independence period, as you are pointing out, were playing a very instrumental role in many government ministries. They became doctors, they became scientists. We recall the late Dr. Abraham Yambo, who was Minister of Fisheries for a very long time, was one of those that studied in Cuba as well. But there was also this other aspect, as you are rightly mentioning, where the Cuban forces were in Angola, and they were also fighting against the South African regime, but also against UNITA at the time, that was also fighting a proxy for the United States, as we saw quite an immersement or involvement rather of global forces that were fighting in the region using obviously the local actors at the time. Fast forward, we see Cuba forces involved in the Battle of Cuito-Canavale. How would you remember that period? Because that, as you talk to many of our leaders at the time, was the battle that broke the camel's back.
Yes, indeed, Cuito-Canavale was the most important battle to defeat it finally the South African troops. Also, I would like to remind something. During 1975 to 1990, this was more or less the date that took place the battle for the final liberation of Angola at the time, and also the independence of Namibia. Then there were more than 300,000 Cubans that were involved in those years, and more than 2,000 Cubans died for the independence of Angola, for the independence of Namibia, and I heard once that the Vice President of Namibia, His Excellency Netumbo Nandi, said once that the Cuban blood really watered the freedom of Namibia, and this is true. And the Cuito-Kona Valley battle was the last battle of the battle that defined the possibility to sign or to put on the table to talk with the South African regime, the United States government, and also so many governments at that time that would like to talk about the possibility of independence of Namibia, South Africa, and Angola. And I can't remember. I didn't have the opportunity to participate in this battle. I was very young at that time. But I remember that many people many Cubans that participate in this struggle, this 25 years, they said that they were very, very, very close to the SWAPO soldiers at the time, to plan soldiers at that time, because they were very brave. And then there was a mix between FAPLA, SWAPO, and the Cuban soldiers, and there was a very good mix that have the possibility to defeat it, definitely the South Africa troops and the South Africa regime in this region.
So in the post-independence period, obviously we see Namibia is free as a result of the assistance from the Cuban people and the Cuban forces. Apartheid South Africa is also dismantled in 1994, and you have these two new governments that also come and knock on the doors of Cuba to say, we also need assistance, and especially in the medical field. Talk to us about that collaboration that has been there for years and obviously championed by Dr. Sam Nujoma and Fidel Castro and subsequent leaders of Namibia and Cuba after that.
Yes, after the independence of Namibia, Cuba have been helping Namibia in the development of human resources for the development of Namibia. I can remember that the first time that Dr. Sam Nujoma was in Cuba was in 1991. In the trip back, in the same plane with Dr. Sam Nujoma, came the first doctors that went to come and to collaborate with the system, with the health system in Namibia. There was the first doctors that came at that time. And after that, we have been bringing many doctors. There is a very old collaboration between Cuba and Namibia in regards of health, education, agriculture, sport, construction, and there have been development during the last year. Actually, we have more than 120 collaborators working here in Namibia in the fields, especially in medicine and in construction. But during those years, not only the Cubans collaborators have been working here in Namibia, but also there have been many young Namibians that have been going to Cuba to study there, to prepare there, especially in medicine, to come back to participate in the development of Namibia. 2 years ago, there was a big graduation of 170 young Namibians that graduated from medicine and stomatology in Cuba. There was, I think it was one of the biggest graduation in Cuba from Namibia.
Mm-hmm. President Nujoma always spoke against the U.S. embargo against Cuba, and it's something that subsequent leaders have also inherited, and it has become part of the official policy of the Namibian government to speak against and the U.S. embargo, but also to give Cuba unwavering support. How instrumental do you think Dr. Nujoma has been on that front?
Well, it was definitely the best legacy, I mean, for Cubans that we have get from Dr. Sam Nujoma. He was all the time supporting the the cause of Cuban against the U.S. blockade. During his terms as he was president, in all international meetings and regional meetings, he was asking all time, asking for the lifting of the U.S. blockade against Cuba. But also, this legacy was supported by the next generation of leaders in Namibia. And that's what happened with the Hifikepunye Pohamba, with the late President Gengo, with the current President Bumba, with the President-elect Netumbo Nandi. They talk every time about the necessity of the lifting the U.S. blockade against Cuba. And that is it's a very understandable role that has been playing Namibia during the last year in all international meetings and regional meetings against the U.S. blockade and supporting the cause of the Cuban Revolution. And we really would like to appreciate this in this momentous. It's very important, the legacy of the Dr. Sam Nujoma, to continue with this brotherhood between Cuba and Namibia.
Ambassador, any last remarks from your side?
Well, the legacy of Dr. Sam Nujoma have to be alive. It's only to pass to eternity. Then the legacy will be just playing a very important role, not only during the time being, but also for the future. We need that this legacy will be alive and will be very important between the relationship between Cuba and Namibia. Again, I would like to extend my condolences to the government, the people, the friends, and the family of the founding president on this moment.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for joining us this afternoon to reflect on this important relationship between Cuba and Namibia, a relationship really that was championed by our two leaders, Dr. Nujoma and Fidel Castro. Thank you so much. There was the Cuba ambassador to Namibia reflecting at this point in time the relationship between Namibia and Cuba, but mostly, as I pointed out, a relationship that was forged during the struggle for Namibia's independence, and Cuba an all-weather friend to Namibia during that period and the subsequent period of Namibia's independence till this day. We continue after this. Do stay tuned to this rolling coverage.
It is my favorite belief that when a people and nations are united, striving to achieve common good for all humanity, they will always emerge victorious.
In the name of our people, to declare that Namibia is forever free, sovereign, and independent. I thank you.
Now we are just reinforcing it by providing education to our youth, because education is the key to knowledge. So therefore, every effort should be made by all Africans, those on the continent and those in the diaspora, to ensure that the future generation of the Africans
are educated in different fields of economic endeavors. Our government have a policy on land redistribution to the entire population, irrespective of color or race or places of origin. The land belonged to the indigenous people. When white people came here, they came empty-handed. So the land belonged to us. I think Africa today is the richest continent on earth. We should strengthen the African Union more with a clear purpose of ensuring that in our lifetime, the United States of Africa will be implemented, where Africans will carry one passport with one president. Here in Namibia, we have the capacity to ensure that the peace and stability prevail in our country, and also to work hard to ensure that there is every Namibian child has food to eat and be able to go to school up to the university level. And that is the aim of the African Union, of course. Well, my message to the Namibian people is to remain united and maintain peace and stability and development. Because where there is no peace, there can be no development. So, because I believe that the united people striving to achieve common good for all members of the society will always emerge victorious. We must depend on our own resources on the continent.
The quotable founding president, father of the Namibian nation, leader of our revolution there, speaking so vividly about his ideas and his aspirations for Namibia, but also for the African continent. The president earlier this morning announcing that the foundations of the Republic of Namibia have been shaken. But our founding father lived a long and consequential life, during which he served his people with diligence, with commitment. And that's where we leave matters for this afternoon. The NBC's rolling coverage continues after 2 o'clock, but at 1 o'clock, you will be receiving the news coverage. From Mika Dembire Dembruka and the team here, until later, thank you so much for joining us.
Indigenous people who are working in a white-owned farm, the African children or their children don't go to school, while the whites they take their children to schools in towns, and they leave the black children whose parents are working for these white people.
Our first step should therefore to start with a review of some constitutional provision in order to address land ownership in the country. For this reason, the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia is to be amended through a referendum. It is only this way that the state can own the entire land in the country, including the agricultural commercial land. Indeed, I strongly believe that land should belong to the state, and no foreigners should be allowed to own commercial land in Namibia. This is what we agreed upon in the first National Land Conference, and that mechanism should be put in place to speed up the expropriation of without compensation of land belonging to the absentee landlord. However, there are those who are suggesting that such commercial farmland owned by foreigners should be expropriated in the public interest, provided that a fair and a just compensation is given for the infrastructural development that has taken place on the farm. Similarly, the first National Land Conference resolved that given the difficulties in redressing ancestral land claims, restitution of such claims in full